Alexia. I'm really happy to introduce our speaker for today and hear from Dr. Roberts. So Dr. Sharon Roberts is an associate professor of mass communication and faculty member in African American and diaspora studies at Xavier University of Louisiana, which is a historically Black university in New Orleans. She is the founder and director of My NOLA. I hope I said that with some swag to it, but I doubt it. My NOLA, My Story, a digital platform that curates the stories of people of color who have called New Orleans home for the past 9 years. She has led a partnership with the Black press and Black-owned media in New Orleans to highlight stories about African Americans as they continue to rebuild and recover post-Hurricane Katrina. Her work on post-disaster communities highlights both the vulnerability and resilience of marginalized groups in advocating for their own well-being and sense of humanity. She is co-author of Oil and Water, Media Lessons from Hurricane Katrina and the Deepwater Horizon Oil Disaster, and co-editor of HBO's Treme and Post-Katrina Catharsis, The Mediated Rebirth of New Orleans. She edited the volume Recasting the Disney Princess in an Era of New Media and Social Movements, and she is the author of the forthcoming book, Media Discourse in Haiti. Dr. Roberts is a faculty research fellow at the University of Southern California's Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism's Center for Public Diplomacy, where she highlights how Black women across the African diaspora have originated, led, and mainstreamed social justice movements today. She has worked as a reporter in Latin America and the Caribbean and holds a PhD in Latin American Studies from Tulane University's Stone Center for Latin American Studies. And without any further delay, I'd like to welcome Dr. Roberts as our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much, Jamila, for introducing me and for introducing the presentation. I wanted to start off for those who may be new to my project, My NOLA, My Story, by playing our overview video, and then I'll get into the keynote. So we'll start with an overview of My NOLA, My Story.
They couldn't be wiped out with floods. Their lights can't be dimmed with the darkness. They won't be overlooked, disregarded, or forgotten. The people of New Orleans have stories to share, and they must be heard. My NOLA, My Story.
What?
Oh man, I learned about the culture since I was about 5 years old, from uptown to downtown, you know, where the Indians come out like 4 o'clock in the morning and we all get together and they bam, fire on the fire.
Hello, this is Luis Martinez, a detective with the New Orleans Police Department that unfortunately had to work during Hurricane Katrina in August of 2005. As you're looking right here, this is the Industrial Canal Bridge that links the lower Ninth Ward to the rest of New Orleans. Unfortunately, during the storm of 2005, the lower Ninth Ward was devastated, one of the hardest hit areas in the entire city. This area that houses a lot of people that raised their families for generations.
Hi, Parain.
Alright, hello, Sydney.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm Parnell Herbert. I am
I'm the godfather of the most beautiful young lady in the world.
Any New Orleans influence on it?
I guess New Orleans is more the vibe of the city, more so than an artist. Like just being here with all the art and the culture.
On 5.
So, welcome everyone to the world that we have been creating collectively, that is the My NOLA, My Story world. And to get started a little bit in terms of what has been the driving force on this project is this beloved phrase that we use in New Orleans: everything you love about New Orleans is because of Black people. And I often think about that phrase that I see on artwork, as graffiti, in so many spaces, that one day, what if that's forgotten? That everything you love about New Orleans is because of Black people. Can something like that be forgotten? Can a place that intrinsically shaped this country and the world be forgotten? And when we think about digital ethnic futures, do we have a digital ethnic recording of the digital past? Do we have digital ethnic records of the contemporary? And do we have digital ethnic records that project the futures, right? And so as I think about how can the work of digital humanists leave a record that could be transformational, this is the work that I have been mining and spending lots of time behind to create a record that at this point in the contemporary doesn't often seem that it has the kind of need and importance and value, but it's very quickly that everything that Black people may have achieved or accomplished as a group of people that have pulled themselves up and created community, identity, heritage, and pride, how easily that can be a record that we no longer have, we no longer can recall, and we no longer can credit for the foundation of much of our cultural fabric. And one of the things that first drew me actually to the My NOLA, My Story, My Project, I was teaching an African Diaspora Studies course. And in that course, I was sharing with my students about Black Wall Street. And my students asked me, wow, I wish I could transport myself and see what Black life was like at a time when there was an African-American community that was wealthier than the white communities that surrounded it. What does that feel like? What does that look like? And even back in 1924, there were two reverends. There was Solomon Sir Jones, a Baptist minister, and there was Reverend Harold M. Anderson, another Baptist minister, who used video audio representation at that time through 60mm cameras. And it's just a small archive of, in the case of Solomon Sir Jones's films, 29 silent black and white films. We have one long reel that can be found that's left behind by Reverend Harold M. Anderson. But these small little visual documentations allow us to envision our digital ethnic past. What was Black life like in the 1920s when Black people achieved the American dream on their own, right? Without any reparations or 14 acres and a mule, 40 acres and a mule, they achieved the American dream. And I remember showing this footage to my students and seeing their faces, and I teach at a historically Black university, as Jamila pointed out. So the majority of my students are African-American students, if not all of them in every class. And I remember showing these images to them and for the way that they viscerally responded to seeing Black life at its height, at a time when they dared to achieve a society that was difficult for them to achieve during the Reconstruction, after the Reconstruction, after the abolition of enslavement, but for them to celebrate the joy of the small things as well as the big things. And without the record that we have visually from these two reverends, this visual record, it remains a small footnote that mostly could be outlined in the Black press. But if you look for the mainstream press record of what African-American life looked like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, there is barely any visualization and depiction of that. To say that Black people achieved their highest wealth and what that looked like. So I wanted to kind of take us back to digital ethnic past a little bit and have us look at what Solomon Jones and Harold Anderson achieved with visual records. And what I find most interesting about it is that the Black church was a pillar institution of Black life and Black communities at the time that this happened. And myself at an HBCU, we remain one of the remaining Black institutions that have resources that could be brought to bear and to archive. And the families of both of these reverends kept this archive for this long, right? And were able to pass it over to places. The Smithsonian now has these records that we can all access and we can teach and share with, but their families became the institutions that these Black churches passed this record down. And as I sat as an HBCU, I thought, what are our institutional roles in keeping the records in the spaces that we have the privilege to capture and preserve these records for our digital futures? So we are now in the future and we're able to look back at this digital record. So I wanted to share with you guys just a visual recap of what it was to capture Tulsa, Greenwood, at the height of its existence. And the first one you're going to see here is the footage captured by Solomon Jones, and then the other one by Harold Alexander.
Some African-American communities are prospering, like the residents of Greenwood, a suburb of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Here, former slaves were given land after the Civil War, and this rare footage shows the thriving town they built. A remarkable Baptist pastor named Solomon Sir Jones is the pioneering filmmaker. His footage was lost for more than 50 years. Jones captures the bustling life of Greenwood, which could be any American small town. But Tulsa's whites don't like what they see.
And I'm going to flip over to the footage by Harold Alexander, slightly a little more grainy, but also captures far more diversity of economic and community life. And if you ever go through the full archive that's available on the Smithsonian site, you see barbershops, you see Black pharmacists measuring and giving out different sort of treatments and remedies. It's just a vast array of 1920s Black communal life.
And Oklahoma is a unique space in terms of the number of African-American towns that were established. Some suggest upwards of 50 African-American towns between 1924 and 1928. Reverend S.S. Jones was going around documenting this sort of self-determined, vibrant African-American communities. You see the African-American educators, doctors, lawyers, landowners, oil barons, And I think that's what's so remarkable about this footage. To think that individuals, how many years out of slavery, are now owning oil wells that are producing 2,000 barrels a day. Is that not the ultimate American dream? Is that not the ultimate American story? It flies in the face of what I think some people consider part of African American history and culture. And I think that that was one of the things that Oklahoma and what S.S. Jones is really kind of showing, is that African American history and culture is not a monolith. And in a way, it became kind of like a marketing tool to encourage individuals to migrate, to move there, that this is a place where you can live, you can thrive, and peacefully reside. There were still palpable racial tensions. There are lynchings, there's Jim Crow segregation, there's all of these things, and you still have an African American community, or many communities, that really speak to the fortitude and resilience of Black people in this country.
So that's a look at digital ethnic pasts. And so as I exist in our digital ethnic contemporary, what is the current language in which we engage currently? Back then, it was primarily text-based. But if you think about those two reverends, they were just a little bit ahead of the time with text and using and experimenting with film to be able to create an archive, a record, to say we were here and this is what we did and this is how we overcame and this is how we had joy and community. And so I'm thinking about the current language of the current generation that we're in. It's very visual based. It's very digital communal based. And in building a platform in which this specific kind of archive could live, what does that look like and how do we build it? And one of the things that I did is to empower my students to be the architect of the style, the voice, the framing of creating an archive in the time that they're living that doesn't necessarily speak to a Gen X or millennial, but the things that their particular Gen Z generation would like to leave in their own voices, in their style of communicating, a record of who or what were communities of color in the place that they call home. And so in the style of creating this archive, it seems a little bit that it may not look in a traditional vein, but it speaks to the language of the current generation that is projecting what it wanted to know in this time as a record that we can understand how they speak going forward. So what does building a digital ethnic future look like? It involves social media. It involves audiovisual text. It involves interactive work. It involves the style and approach of the current language in which we communicate in now. And so the Minola My Story project does have its traditional digital humanities home. It has a space to be archived, but where it lives and breathes is actually on social media. And so every one of our stories that have been created, of which we're at about 300 and something audiovisual stories since we began in 2017. Each year we add about 50 to 60 new stories to this collection. And most of these stories are housed in social media platforms. You can find Minola My Story on TikTok. We have a centralized spot on YouTube. You can find it on Instagram. You can find it on the websites of many of the organizations and people that are listed here. They get spread and circulated across Facebook accounts. It has a life that transcends beyond the centralized space in which we display it, because we want this project to live and breathe in the current contemporary ways in which we engage and have communal conversation and the ways in which we share record. For every project that is created through Minola My Story, it is given back to the community members that have participated in it. And they have then been partners with us to disseminate these videos and to use and share it as they believe will be helpful and beneficial to their own collection of memories and the work that they're doing in the community. And that's why we've taken this slightly different approach in what digital humanities work can do. Creating a digital footprint is central to the storytelling and the archive building. And it's the way in which many people come across our project. Far fewer people actually would know to go to the actual home site. And most of our stories are found through social media and the digital footprint that we create with My NOLA, My Story. What do we hope to achieve in the stories that we're telling, in creating a contemporary digital record of African-American people and communities of color in New Orleans? We want to amplify authentic voices, and I'll place a little bit of some of these voices at the end. Who you're looking at here is Dr. Calvin Mackey. He is the brother of none other than the new Captain America, Anthony Mackie. And we got to interview him. The Mackey brothers are well known in New Orleans East. And while his brother is off, doing amazing things as a Marvel superhero, his brother is a local superhero, rebuilding, building by building, New Orleans East that's been forgotten after Hurricane Katrina. And so we followed Dr. Mackey around and we told his story of how the other brother you don't know of is a local superhero. One of the things that we love to do about My NOLA, My Story that harkens back to the Tulsa videos is you already know the famous names that come out of New Orleans. You know of Terrence Osborne, you know of John Batiste, you know of Louis Armstrong in a historical context. You know of many of the well-known names that come out of New Orleans, but there are these, I always am curious about who are the people that made or surrounded the famous people that come out of the city that have transformed this country and the world. And so part of our thing to do here is we love to spotlight those adjacent, right? Like those that are the fabric of the communities that allow us to create the things that New Orleans are known for. And so we often tend to pick a lot of folks who run very parallel to many of the things that we do have a record for, so that we're making a record of how a place that was primarily and predominantly Black created the world that allow us to have the things that we love now. That without the fabric of that community that was around the person or the culture or the thing that we know of, there would not have been the outcome that you know of. And so in creating that fabric of that community, we're able to connect that everything that we love and know about New Orleans is because of Black people, right? And so Dr. Mackey and his story is one that we, brick by brick, one man, leveraging, I'm sure, some capital from his brother, but he in his own right is a trailblazer who broke down barriers and one of the first people to be tenured at Tulane in his field, and is a scientist himself. We also capture the voices of the Black press and the ways in which they have been pivotal to many of the historical movements that we know of in this city and in this country. And so we have actually, a new piece that we have is a collection of all of the editors and publishers of the Black press, because one of them, Louisiana Weekly, of which this is she's like the 5th generation publisher from this family, Renette DeJoie Hall. They will turn 100 years in 2 years from now. So we use them to tell the story of the ways in which they have been center to many of the major moments in the city. We also center Black voices in the preservation of the city after Hurricane Katrina. Many times we only know of solutions that can fix the city that come from outside or from outside forces, but we fail to neglect the ways in which ordinary citizens on the ground are trying to preserve their communities and preserve their cities. And so we find those voices of color and we put their stories and their ideas center So if someone ever says, well, no one from that community knew how to stop flooding, no one knew how to deal with the environment, here are many Black voices that have been out there talking about the ways in which their communities have passed down stories about preserving their environment and the way that they continue to champion. So these are both the Banner sisters who are working to preserve communities across the Mississippi River that are historic African-American communities. And so I do want to play just a small snippet from these voices, and then I will circle back into what is our role. So I'll start a little bit with Dr. Calvin Mackey, and in his own words, have you hear, what his role is.
Well, that's a deep question you asked. Do I have hope for New Orleans East in the 21st century? I can get up every day. I can live without Mardi Gras. I can live without gumbo. I can live without the Saints winning. I can live without going fishing. I can live without my favorite beer, my best cigar. But I refuse to live a day without hope. Hope is that little voice in your head that whispers maybe when the whole world is screaming no. And for me, being from New Orleans, where I grew up, I thought my name was Noah. Can I go to the store? No. Do you think I can be an engineer? No. Can I go to this school? No. I remember you used to ask pretty little girls, may I have your number? No, they told me no. So I had to have hope. So the work that we're doing part of the work that we're doing is to instill hope in the eyes of the children, to let them know that regardless of how they're growing up today, they can get up every day and create a better tomorrow for themselves. Do I have hope? That's all I have. My name is Calvin Mackey. The name of my company is STEM NOLA, and I'm the founder and CEO. New Orleans is a different place. New Orleans has a culture. I believe it was Tennessee Williams that said, outside of San Francisco, New Orleans, and New York, everywhere else is Cleveland. New Orleans has a culture. It has a vibe. It has a history. New Orleans has a pulse. So as a kid growing up in New Orleans, it wasn't some big metropolitan area. So we were just allowed, or we were able to roam from different neighborhoods. And the fact that New Orleans has a history, you got to tap into people who had grown up in a city. It was 2 and 3 generations in a city. So you got to know elders. And, in the fact that I got to know elders, I got to hear all of this history that was passed down and the wisdom that was passed down. So a lot of times people from New Orleans, people say, you're like an old soul. It's not that we're an old soul, it's just that we've spent time with elders and we have a sense of history that informs our present, that motivate us for the future. All right.
There is this recurring theme that you will hear through all of our pieces in our archive, where there is this passing down to the future about the elements of community that allowed Black communities to thrive, survive, rebuild, and recover, that I think to be really something that I didn't see all the time connecting, but as I start to dive into the archives, I find it more and more something that, we discover. Same with the woman with the Descendants Project. We got to take our drone out for this one.
I'm co-founder and co-director of the Descendants Project, and a native of literally right here. This community is where I grew up, here in Wallace. And I'm Jill Banner, the other co-founder and co-director of the Descendants Project. We have a wonderful mixture of culture and heritage, but we are also in the backyards of plantations still. So we still have plantations that surround us, plantations that our ancestors were enslaved at. So that's always kind of, I think, in the air. We are in what's known as plantation country. That's the way that it's advertised. Our Regional Tourist Commission, which is across 3 parishes, St. James, St. John, and St. Charles, and Louisiana markets this as plantation country, and even New Orleans markets this as New Orleans plantation country. And so part of what we do to dismantle those legacies is, first of all, why is this being called plantation country? Right? It's not appropriate. It's not respectful, is not sensitive to the fact that you're in a Black descended community. We are also fighting against the environmental racism. So you have this industrialization around us. Many of the plants are on the grounds of former plantations. And so the same system of extracting from Black people, from Black communities, taking the land, poisoning our air, poisoning our water, that's still a system, that's still a legacy of slavery. The fact that you can just throw us away, just sacrifice us for industry and for economics.
The system of slavery that's been allowed to still continue in our system through the laws and through the rules that's kept us back, we're challenging all of those. And we're going after whether it's permitting decisions or zoning or open meeting laws violations. However we're getting attacked, we're attacking back.
So those are the banner sisters of the Descendants Project. And then the last one that I will share is a little snippet from a big piece that we're working on right now on the Black press and their legacy. It's like 2 hours long, but we're cutting it down.
Black news got out and their voices were still being heard, that they did it on a volunteer basis. I'm not sure how many other companies had that going for them.
What stories in your mind are most important for you right now that the Weekly continues to cover, that still continues to not be prominent elsewhere?
Well, of course, discrimination. And again, we are somewhat limited because of we're not overflowing with advertising dollars. And of course, that's how, you pay the rent and the printer and all of that. So we're limited in the number of stories that we actually can put out. Because again, we got to pay for paper and ink. So I try and choose stories dealing with discrimination, stories that I think my readers can benefit from as it relates. Stories from around the country and around the world that I don't think my readers would get anywhere else. It's not something that they would look for, but if they see it, I think they would be interested in. Out the Black press, would we have accomplished as a people as much as we have? Because we were spreading the word.
Okay, I'll pause it there. And then finally, I wanted to sort of end with, the ways in which the work of this project that just has been a snowball. When we first started out, we were initially very closely connected with the Black press. My students had written about 500 stories with the Black press, and I'd often say, they would come back and say, oh, Dr. Roberts, all this stuff cannot fit in the story. Can we do something with what I call the cutting room floor stuff? And it started with this sort of taking these cutting room floor stories and creating these audiovisual archive pieces that felt different from my own journalistic background. But I thought I would have my students and I work collectively to figure out how we wanted this to feel. And so we, as we started to do these cutting room floor stories and more organizations contacted us and worked with us in different ways, and we would always say, do you want to do a Nola My Story out of the work that you're doing? Then they'll be, sure. We don't have a video of anything. We don't have photos. If you look up the Descendants Project, there's no video they've produced. People have done things that document them, but they don't have something that they own as a group. And so being able to give back to families and communities, things that feel lost, things that can be lost, but more important to say, thank you for being the first person to say, we're doing this. Thank you for saying and citing us as being the ones who are the leaders of this. Thank you for giving us voice, has been the central response that ultimately this exercise, and I call it a community record exercise, is you'll hear every one of these voices saying, I look around and I'm scared that the place that we know may never exist. And the same way we think about, there is no Greenwood, there's no Black Wall Street today. There's no place to go see that. But we have those two reverends records in films, and we know it existed, and we know the fullness of Black life and the fullness of what Black Americans can achieve. Can a digital contemporary project, should a place ever be washed away, create a digital record to say, we know they were here, and for 300 years, this is what they built, this is what they achieved, and this is what they fought to keep and maintain despite environmental challenges and many other economic challenges and social challenges. And that we can actually provide credit and restitution to that record, I think is the valued role that we in the academy can provide to the work that's already being done in the community. So with that, I will pause and have Jamila open up for your questions, and I'm happy to engage in that dialogue and conversation with you all.
Thank you so much for that. There are so many nuggets and kernels and phrases to take away from it. I do want to invite people to, ask questions in the chat or, I think you can show your virtual hand and we can call on you. But I just had one to kind of kick us off, if I can, and that is, I really kind of where you ended is where I wanted to start in conversation, which was this idea that you are kind of actively kind of distributing this archive through the community, which really pushes back, I think, a lot against both the training of the academy and the business of archives, which are to centralize everything under one kind of institutional space and umbrella. And so I wanted to find out kind of what were some of your initial or ongoing internal questions, conversations, or kind of even I don't know, even if there was any pushback to the idea that, yes, you were building this, but it didn't necessarily just belong to your institution or to your project, but it belonged to the community, and it has this multiple other lives as you described them through the social media process, because I think that's less intuitive to our training and to the nature of archives in general. So I just wanted to see if you could share a little bit about that.
Of course. I have not received any pushback from my institution about the nature of this project. They've sort of left me to my own devices. I am at a historically Black university, and every one of our programs are deeply connected to community one way or the other. For instance, if you look at our pharmacy school, they collaborate with local Black-owned clinics. In my program, we collaborate with the Black Press. And so it is the institutional mission that everything we do as a Black institution is in service of the community one way or the other. And particularly when we are talking about Black institutions, they provide the resources that, the community may or may not have. And that resource is the ability to have trained people who can create this record, provide the technological space to archive this record, get other types of funding support to expand this record. That is the role of Black institutions to the Black community. And so I remember when I was first thinking about this project, I went and I started to look at all the other Black digital humanities projects. And some of them came and they spoke to our faculty at our HBCU. And I asked them, like, what is the community engagement with these projects? And they said, oh, well, that's what we're doing. We're coming to the school so you guys can teach it to the students. And I said, no, how are you getting this out into the community? We often tend to preference a lot of those projects, and a lot of them do really important work, particularly making certain digital records available. But I remember just a lot of the projects were, quote unquote, I call them slave archive record projects, which are very heavy in the South. And they digitize a lot of information. They partner with libraries. Families can go trace and find names and individuals. And I find value and importance to that. But I didn't really see how it was these projects that were so vast were being, from the offset, placed centrally with the community. It were oftentimes being built devoid from the community. And yes, the community has value for them, but for the community to be a stakeholder in it from the very get-go, that project has to be birthed with the community. And when we started My NOLA, My Story, it was birthed out of my students working with the Black press and then having to go into the community. The Black press is another Black institution, right? And so there's this level of trust that as a Black institution and as the Black press and as other things, we have always been part of the community. And so what we are doing is in service, in preservation, in advancement of our community. And so the building of this project from the very start has always been in collaboration. We've just expanded out to do some work on environmental racism. So we have a whole site and exhibit that I can put in the chat that we've also tagged to the website, where we're building more voices around environmental preservation, showcasing the way Black people are at the forefront of this, even though they're collaborating with other organizations and institutions. But in growing that, we started first with a group that we encountered through one area and then said, hey, do you want to grow this into this? Do you want, this? Do you have something that you can showcase that you too are part of this? Because if you can't find these women's cell phone numbers, they don't respond to emails. We literally had to drive out to the river parishes to get them to be like, oh yeah, come on, we saw your email. They just don't respond, right? So I think that that's really the kind of authenticity. Otherwise, we become a shiny website that's achieved its mission. But outside of that, what have we given to the work of the community?
Yeah, I love that. And I love that you said, people's first thought when they want to read or listen to any of these is not to go to your website, but to go through all of these other spaces first. We had a couple questions in the chat, and then I see one hand raised. So I'm going to go to the first question in the chat and then to Christina, who's waiting. But Rupsi asked about the sustainability of the digital assets that are part of the project, and how you have addressed this. And if I may piggyback onto that, kind of what you see, how long you see the project going, because you started back in 2017, and I'm sure there's tons more to do. But with that question of sustainability, have you thought about the overall timeline?
I have thought about the timeline. So in terms of the project is housed on social media, on the Ameka platform. as a repository in our library and on a mega hard drive that I have with uncut versions too. So I try to keep uncut versions because sometimes students have longer versions and they cut stuff. And I'm like, oh, no, wait, I want to make sure you, I like this and you didn't use it. So can I have that? So I do have a hard drive with all 300 edited versions of stories. And then I do have some raw things that I wanted to keep, raw footage that I wanted to keep. So we do have it. And the process working with our library is only just started. So hopefully a year or two with the digital librarian, we can have another space for it. But the sustainability, with any of these projects rests in the main person driving it, myself and my students. And the beauty is I've embedded my NOLA, my story into several classes. So it feeds itself because students, get to get out in the community and study an issue or a time or a moment, and they get to say, oh, I don't have to write a paper on this. I'm like, no, you can make a my NOLA, my story. And they're like, really? Yeah. And so I've had students get jobs, internships, so many things out of their my NOLA, my stories, because and they love the fact that they can like a nice little citation on the Omeka site. So that's encouraged them to fill out their Omeka items. But they put it as part of their LinkedIn, they put it on their CV. Some of them get hired into other organizations because of one of the records that they've made in the archive, or in a collection. So it's scaffolded across. It's not housed in just one class. It's housed in multiple classes. And there are colleagues in other departments that will say, hey, can we do one and submit it to, put it up, and we will put it up for them. So it has legs around the university and beyond myself. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a new colleague in my department. And so I trained him as well on it. So his class does it as well. So we've spread it beyond myself, and he goes in and his class puts in records. And so we've been able to open it up that way. And it'll go as long as, we feel that we can keep it going.
Yeah, I love that you kind of built in also the expansion of it through your colleagues. I think that's smart. And also really probably really great for the department to have, students kind of who are all working on a similar project. Christina, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for this presentation. It was amazing, the work that you're doing. My question has to do with the mechanics of how you created the website. So I'm curious if the library helped out with that, or if you did it yourself, because I actually have an idea that was inspired by nativeland.ca, and I'll just put the link in the chat. But my idea is to create a map where we can look at what native land you're on, yes, but also what is the history of the indigenous peoples of that area, and also what are their movements to protect the land, like what are the environmental threats, and also how you can support through mutual aid or through organizations that exist. And I know this is a big idea, and I have, lots of ideas connected to it, but I don't know how to put it into action. So I'm just curious about how you made that happen. Thanks.
Sure. And that project sounds amazing. I can't wait to see it as you build it out. So thank you for sharing that, the link. We actually experiment with different kinds of multimedia visual displays as they pop up. So for instance, we have ThingLinks, and the main issue I'm having right now with ThingLinks is I get so many hits that my ThingLink will deactivate once a month. So I get like 20,000 views a month, and every time I go up another level, so the ThingLink people already called me and said, you need to go up a bigger level because there's just way too many visitors to the thing links. So the thing links will go down. You can still click it, but like it wouldn't be interactive on the site. So I do have the thing links, which is a way to kind of like group visually, like see the city and then group stories together. And then I use the traditional sort of collections option feature in Omeka. However, for the environmental justice project, I embedded it on a ReadyMag site because we use drone footage to show the Mississippi River, and the ReadyMag platform, I can actually share it with you guys, but like the ReadyMag platform, it depends on like, so hold on one second, share that quickly. So you can see like the ReadyMag platform, I like this platform for, you know, the vastness of how it can show, you know, a lot of visuals. So I kind of went with this for, you know, showing the barrier islands and, you know, showing this African-American community and its proximity to the river. And so because I use a lot of drone footage on this visual project, and you can scroll down and each one has a story and the organization. And then we actually have like timelines. So this is Knight's timelines. So we have these embedded so you can know how their community changed. We did a timeline for this. And then for this one over here, we have just some other mapping and we have like the little reflections from the students. And then here, you know, we always have our video because that's native to us, but then we have, you know, other visual stuff. So for this one, I use that. And then I actually have another sort of side project that is in terms of, since you had asked about maps, like I had another class that I was working with, and under my exhibits, I did this is a story map. So it's kind of close to what you wanted. And I'm trying to click it out from here so it could view a little bit better. But this one actually, this story map pins, you know, some connections between New Orleans and Latin America. So depending on, I will use all kinds of different like features. My Omeka site is like home, and I'll play around with the page and like, you know what, this is better told through a story map. Or this is better told through a timeline. Or this is better thrown through a site that can show aerial footage. You know, so I love like how you're talking about land and space. And if you have a drone and we could see the vastness and what is in there now, then the timeline takes us through it. Like if, you know, I just use Omeka as the base and not just embed from different places. Because I feel like everything lends itself to a different digital story. And I recently started working, I just finished a project that was a video game, you know, and so we would probably embed that video game in. So I play around with whatever is the digital modem of the time. I will lend a Binola My Story to it, and then I have my base site. So maybe some of the aspects of what you're doing work well for a map, but then you find, oh, a timeline is great. You embed the timeline there. And then you think, oh, I want to have drone footage. And then you have another embed there. So the Omeka is just the house, the central house, but I'm pulling from so many other new platforms as they arise so that they tell those stories in the way that this generation would understand that story or would want to see that story in the future.
I wanted to go back to, you did talk a little bit about kind of what you do with those things on the cutting room floor. And Marina asked the question in the chat, kind of like who uses them? Is there a collective pool of materials that are shared? Do you invite students to go back to them?
Sure. The cutting room floor, we give them back to the community. So if I interviewed a family member, they get the whole raw thing plus the edited thing. So they always have it. Because what if I don't archive this? You never know. Just like with the family that was able to keep the Tulsa footage, it was a great-great-granddaughter that passed it over to the Smithsonian. Somebody was like, there was this professor and her students that shot my dad, in 2022. And she gave me all the raw footage and I just kept passing it down. So I give it back. They have a record of it. I always give it back to them. And so they have the raw and I have the raw. So they can, do with it too if they want something to do with it. As in terms of making it available for students and research, I haven't done that simply because I don't know what to do with it just yet. I just have it stored. I just try to get up a version of the story. And the versions of the stories are the versions that the students have curated themselves, right? Like they're the ones that have picked, you know what, this to me is the thing that stands out as a Gen Z in this whole 30-minute conversation with this person. Now, it might be the thing that I think stands out from the conversation, but as Gen Z, like this is a thing they want to remember about Calvin Mackey, Leah Chase, Renette Deshwa Hall, any of these people at this given time, which is interesting, right? The Gen Z is picking this archive and it's not necessarily myself. So that's the interesting experiment that I'm doing also that is untraditional because particularly as educators, we tend to determine how our archive looks and feel because, we have notions of what it should be, but I've let students tell these stories and sometimes I cringe and sometimes I'm like, okay, all right, that's what you're going to go with. I'll keep everything else, but that's what we're going to go with.
That's funny. I think we have time for maybe one more question. And I just wanted to kind of going off of that to ask, because you mentioned a few things, Story Maps, ThingLink, ReadyMag, lots of different tools. And I like how your project kind of doesn't lock itself into one kind of tool or method of storytelling, but kind of invites and you let the students lead. I'm wondering what it's like in the classroom. How much training do you have to do in the classes on interviewing, teaching them interviewing skills or teaching them editing skills or, how to use this tool, or if you have them learn how to enter the metadata into Omeka. I'm wondering kind of how do you divvy up so much when the content alone is so full?
At first, I used to have a class dedicated to go through editing, the interview process, and how to fill the Omeka. But now that I'm so many years in, I have tutorial videos, so it's posted on their class Brightspace. So when they're ready to get going, they could sit down and follow through. They have my voice editing a video, they have my video up and they're editing on Premiere, there's like a tutorial. I have students who've done it before who will come back sometimes and work with certain groups. I walk them through how to create Omeka, and they always know to go and use the second line video from 2017 as the best way to fill out their Omeka. So they go and they follow this Girl Amir zone and they model their Omeka entry to that. So with time, you're able to have tutorials that make it easier and you don't necessarily have to dedicate a lots of amounts of time to do it. So, tutorials are a good way to sit down and then your class can follow from there.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Roberts. I think we have all just been kind of blessed by your work and your project and your sharing, and just continued success for My NOLA, My Story, and all of the other projects that you do. I'm going to turn it back over to Roopsie.
Thank you again, Dr. Roberts, just echoing Jamila's thanks. This is so fantastic. And you do such wonderful work, and we're honored to be part of DEF CON and the virtual annual meeting. So thank you. We're going to move into the second session for today. I've put a link to our program into the chat, and I'm thrilled to hand this over to Dr. Jennifer Musial, one of the DEF CON PIs at New Jersey City University, who will be moderating the session.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful way to start off our annual meeting. Thank you so much, Dr. Roberts. This panel has 4 presenters on it, and we'll go in the order of the program. I'm happy to introduce the folks who will be joining this panel. And I also have pulled biographies and institutional pages that I'll be posting in the chat, so that if you'd like to read deeper about their biography, there will be the opportunity to do so. So we'll begin with Elena Follis, DEF CON Teaching Fellow at Texas A&M University, San Antonio, who is presenting to us today of the topic, Mapeando mi Universidad, Digital Humanities Projects in Spanish for Heritage Language Learners Classroom.
Didn't see how to unmute myself. Okay, so get started. So first of all, thank you. You can hear me well, correct? Okay, thank you for this opportunity to share very much work in progress and an activity that I decided to do with my students this semester. The class was Spanish for Heritage Learners, which is students who grew up speaking, in this case, Spanish with their families, with their community, and are now in a sort of classroom setting, continuing to build on their skills. So I decided to do this particular project in the class because we were looking a lot at language issues in the community. We were talking about accessibility, right, through language, where we found signs and messages that were both in English and Spanish. And so one of the things that I wanted them to think critically about this is through what they saw in the campus. I am at a Hispanic serving institution. And, we discussed what that meant because a lot of the students didn't really think about what that designation meant or know much about the number of students that were on our campus that were Latino or Hispanic. So we talked about this, and then we our campus at Texas A&M San Antonio is very it's really pretty, but also has a lot of art in our campus that represents the culture of our students. So I had we sort of walked around in the different buildings to look at the art and the descriptions that was provided, for that particular piece of art. And so I just began asking, okay, so we have, we're at a campus that has over 75% of Latinx students. What's missing? We do have some signage in our campus that is in English and Spanish, but in terms of sort of culturally, it's a representative of the culture in their art, but we didn't really have descriptions in Spanish of any of the paintings or sculptures that we saw around campus. And so we talked about the importance of having that, and also how can we build a project that would sort of show all the art around campus, but also provide descriptions of those pieces in English and Spanish. So some of the decisions that we made was, so first of all, like the descriptions, right, in Spanish of the pieces that they saw around campus, and also decide which of the languages would come first in the map. We decided to use story maps to upload the content and divided in groups, and students went around. We focused on 3 buildings on campus, and students took pictures, and we created sort of a folder on Google where each of the groups could upload their pictures and their descriptions of each of the pieces of art. So here's an example of it. They have the description in Spanish and then in English. And I want to say also that some of them, when they really got into describing what they were seeing, right? And added sort of details about what the color, for example, here, right? The yellow pants with a jean shirt, and the money on his waist and all of that, right? So some of them got really into the description of the particular piece of art that they documented. Here as well, like they went into the description of what they saw. I want to say that this sort of met several goals, not only engaging with the language and writing descriptions, right, about the piece, a lot of them beyond of what was available. Sometimes all you saw was the author of the, who painted the painting, the name and the year. And in this case, the students went a little further and actually described. Getting to know their campus, getting to know what's in the different buildings, but also writing descriptions. So engaging with the language in different ways. So we organize collectively. We try to upload, but we failed about uploading all of this together. So that's something that I have to go and clean up because we just had trouble during the building of the map. So some of us were able to, because we were working on this together, so some of us were able to upload the image and the description, and some of us were having trouble with it. But anyway, this was a great project for the students to engage in. And here's some other examples of, the art that they found around campus and the descriptions. What you see here, I left it in the order. So some students put the Spanish version first, and some of them put it second. So what I'm showing you here is how they wrote it in their descriptions. And so then we uploaded, and again, here you have a snippet of what that looked like for some of the images that were successful in us uploading. And you could see here where, again, it was in English and Spanish. The purpose of the project was also to introduce briefly like digital humanities, what that is, the issues of accessibility that we should consider, languages, what languages are there, for us to use to describe some of the items that we're uploading. And so after we did this project, we began to think about, okay, what else is missing? Like after we have this map and it's ready for people to see, what other features might we want to add to it if we could? And so some of the things, because also thinking about the topic of the class, we are talking about audio descriptions. Would that be useful to have, right? Because perhaps some of our community members that might come to the university, parents, etc., might not or have limited literacy skills, right? So why not add audio descriptions? And again, both in English and Spanish for the people that would see this. And we talked about not just only in the map itself and the story map, but also like adding some sort of audio to where each of the paintings or pieces of art were found so that people could listen to it, what they were, so that I wanted to share this as a sort of work in progress, right? Working with the students. It was successful in the way that we went about dividing the different buildings, taking the pictures, understanding how to describe and working together towards that. It was towards the end of the semester, so they were naturally like assigning each other each of them was responsible for. And then, like addressing some of the issues of not being able to work on a website that kept crashing on us when we were trying to upload the items. But also reflecting on the importance of providing descriptions in English and Spanish, and also the position and what it was. I spent some time, like I wanted them to think about where do we put the Spanish? Does it come first? Does it come second? Why is that choice important, right? So anyway, that's what I have, and I'd love to answer questions if there's any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Feliz. I think if people don't mind, maybe saving questions until the end, and then we can have a broad conversation and also direct conversation to any of the speakers. And I put in the chat that if, I forgot to mention this up top, feel free to put questions in there as they come up because you don't want to forget them by the end. So I'll just monitor that and keep track of it and then bring all that back in at the end. But yeah, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Christina Acosta, former DEF CON teaching fellow and current DEF CON capacity building fellow at California State Stanislaus, who's going to be talking about DEF CON capacity building at CSU Stanislaus, digital humanities workshops with ethnic studies faculty, lessons learned, and future opportunities.
Okay, hi everyone. Leo Sanchimiokwe. I'm speaking to you from Tongva land. I teach on Yokut land. So yeah, I'm going to tell you a little bit today about my experience sharing what I learned about digital humanities last year as a teaching fellow with my colleagues at Cal State Stanislaus in ethnic studies. So just a little bit about me. Well, first on the agenda, we're going to go over an introduction, talk about why I chose to do peer workshops, mechanics of the workshops, and then what we learned in future visions. And just to give you some context for how I came into the ethnic studies department at Cal State Stanislaus, when I came in, there was a lot of tension because of white supremacy on the campus. So Identity Europa was flyering on the campus. The same semester I came in, Dr. Kwepon Kasochi, who was actually part of the workshops, was holding healing circles for the students, addressing the pain that the community was feeling at the time. And this was all happening during Black History Month. And also a lot of these flyers were placed over the flyers that the Indigenous Students in Activism Club had put up to bring awareness to the territory they were on. The flyer said you were on Yokut land. According to some, there was at least one poster that had a razor blade underneath it, so that if whoever tried to take off the Identity Europa poster was successful, they would hurt themselves. So that's the context I came into the Ethnic Studies department with in 2019. But I'm really grateful for the community that I've built there. I've been there for 4 years now. And despite all of that, the community has been thriving. And I think a lot of that is thanks to the organizing and the commitment to the students from Dr. Kwepon Kasochi, Dr. Pañales, Dr. Rofe, all of these professors who were there from the time that I came. But just a little bit more about me. I'm Pascua Yaqui. So my family is descended from the Sonora Desert. I am a lecturer of ethnic studies at Cal State Stanislaus. I've been there since, as I mentioned, since fall 2019. I was still at UC Merced at the time that I started there. I received my master's in sociology at UC Merced, my bachelor's in Chicano studies and psychology at Cal State Fullerton, where I grew up in Orange County, and also my associates in psychology at Fullerton College. So I'm also a transfer student. But why peer workshops? And I'm just checking the chat. Okay, perfect. So why peer workshops? With the grant that we were given for capacity building, we were able to use that any way that we wanted, right? To bring a speaker, to have workshops. And one of the reasons I chose to do workshops was because during 2020, when there wasn't a lot going on, right? I was inside. I kind of just focused a lot of my energy on joining these faculty learning communities at Cal State Stanislaus. Most of them were hosted by Dr. Shraddha Tibrewal and Dr. Betsy Udy. So I've completed AQ, Scholarship of Teaching and Learning, collaborative international learning. So I've done partnerships with a partner in Mexico twice in the last year, which has been amazing. Critical internationalization studies, teaching for equity, social justice, and anti-racism, QLT review, CSU-wide equity-minded pedagogy, and I'm also part of the Eclipse Research Committee. So maybe overworking a little bit, but I was just so excited to learn more about teaching. And after being ensconced in pedagogical practices, I just really wanted to share what I had learned. And I felt like I had a good foundation to pass that on, because having been part of so many faculty learning communities, I saw what they were doing. So they would give out surveys. I saw how they facilitated it. And so not only did I want to share what I had learned from the DEF CON Teaching Fellowship the year before, I also felt prepared having participated in these and observing their structure. So that's what I did. So the mechanics of the workshops, I had 4 one-hour workshops. The initial idea was to have it for ethnic studies lectures. As a lecturer myself, I know that those stipends for workshops is really attractive. Unfortunately, some of us were busy, and so I extended that to also other faculty and professors in my department. So Dr. Koponka Sochi, who is tenured, also joined us. Dr. Juvenal Caporale, who is tenure track, also joined us. So it was wonderful to have a broad community learning together, and all of us in ethnic studies. So I was really excited to tailor what I was sharing with them to how we could apply it to ethnic studies specifically. So I showed them 4 different digital humanities technologies: Voyant, Perusal, Timeline, and I also showed them a digital humanities project on redlining called Not So Past, which I also shared in the chat earlier, but I'd be happy to share that again for anyone coming in a few minutes late. And the last workshop, I had them do a 5 to 7 minute presentation on a lesson plan or assignment that they had created, incorporating one of the technologies that we learned. So this is a screenshot actually from the first workshop that I held. I gave them a juxtaposition in Voyant between a word cloud and some of the phrases that were picked up from Audre Lorde's Sister Outsider. So I uploaded the entire book there. We saw a word cloud there. And then I also uploaded Mein Kampf. So we pulled out a lot of nationalistic language, patriarchal language. And so it was interesting to show them the difference, the compare and contrast between these 2 pieces of work. And I just shared that that's just one idea I have for how we could use Voyant. They came up with several others. But just to give you an idea of how I framed digital humanities for ethnic studies, I said that specifically for Voyant, I think it gives us an opportunity to analyze language being used and to discuss structures of oppression, resistance through language, and also to challenge hegemony. So that's how I framed it for the first workshop. And I was really excited with what they shared. So what did we learn? And what are the future visions for this workshop if I extend it in the future? Number one, everyone seemed really excited about Voyant. People could see using it to look at students' essays and get a quick snapshot of the words that the students had pulled out, looking at their own work for interviews for their research, reading, getting an idea, the main idea of books more quickly. There were a lot of different ideas that came about. We also talked about perusal, which is really similar to hypothesis. And I learned this also in the teaching fellowship last year. And something I shared was that Cal State Stanislaus experienced a Canvas outage for like 2 or 3 weeks this past semester because we were hacked. Fortunately, I still had perusal. So the students were still able to communicate with me, because not only was Canvas down, but also our emails were down. So students could still contact me through perusal. So I saw this as a plus for perusal. I also talked about how in hypothesis, there are often only certain documents that you're able to annotate. In perusal, you can do anything. You can do a photo gallery, you can do a video, and the students are able to collaboratively annotate. So it was really exciting to use that this past year and to also share it with my colleagues. Timeline, I think that we all found it a little intimidating at first because of how time consuming it was to figure it out, but we got a sense of a rewarding feeling after we struggled through it and figured out how to work with the code. And so future visions that I would have to expand these workshops CSU wide, so that more can benefit. So I'm part of the Digital Humanities Consortium that the people who received the grant were invited to join. And so I could see myself sharing more of these workshops with people, across all of our Cal States in the future, if that was something that people were interested in. But before I go, I just wanted to show you a really quick clip from one of the final presentations, just to give you an idea of how that went. So this is our last workshop number 4, and I won't go on too long. I know that I've almost hit the 10-minute mark, but here it is. This is one of my colleagues. She's also a lecturer, and this is her sharing about what she learned.
Yeah, while we're doing this, who would like to go next? I could go. Okay, great. Thank you. Go right ahead, Blanca. I sent that out, so hopefully they'll join us soon. Okay. So I actually am very interested in continuing to utilize 2 of the platforms that you presented to us, and they're Perusall and Voyant. So this semester, because we had that interruption of courses and we're online, or I'm an online Zoom teacher, it was really difficult to get back on track and to kind of help my students, navigate for my class. But also they would send me emails about their frustrations with other classes too. And so when you introduced us to Perusall, it immediately clicked that this could definitely be a site that I can utilize to not only keep the class on track outside of like Canvas, outside of anything that's attached to the school. So I was mainly thinking about it with just uploading the syllabus and uploading the details of the schedule of the article.
Okay, so that's just a quick clip, and hopefully you're able to read her slide. I don't want to take up too much time, but thank you so much for letting me share.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. Our next speaker is, and before we continue on, continue as you have been. If you have questions that you would like just to note before they slip your mind, you can put them in the chat. And we'll come back to Professor Acosta as well. So Marina Del Sol is a DEF CON mentor at Howard University, and Eliseo Jacob is a DEF CON mentor, also at Howard University, and they will present on Who You Know, Centering Cultural Self-Expression Through Digital Renewable Assignments.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. All right, Eliseo, you can begin.
All right. So I just want to thank again DEF CON for the opportunity to share a little bit about some of the work Marina and I have been doing at Howard University. We've been last year we started off as DEF CON mentors, and again this year too we're second year as DEF CON mentors. We wanted to share some of the kind of digital pedagogical work that we've been doing at Howard. We're both in different departments. Marina's in the English department, and I'm in the World Languages and Cultures department. But we've been doing a lot of collaboration over the last several years in terms of, developing digital content, digital pedagogy methods, working at a HBCU. So the title of our presentation today is HU, Centering Cultural Self-Expression Through Digital Renewable Assignments. And this has really been a framework that's really guided, our instruction with using DH methods and tools in our instructions at Howard at a HBCU. And just a little bit of background, HU, is the chant that's frequently used at Howard University events, sporting events, graduation. It's usually a call and response. The first person will say HU, and then the other people will respond back, And it's a chant that kind of has roots back in the 1990s, solely like in the last 30 years, but it's something that's embedded in Howard culture. And so that's the reason why we wanted to make it that title, really to kind of show centering what we're doing with our digital pedagogy within an HBCU context. So we can go to the next slide, Marina. So to kind of start today, we want to talk about, what are the discourse communities that have shaped, who we are as instructors and researchers, working with DH and with digital pedagogy at Howard and with other networks. So here's just some of examples, some of these networks and communities that have kind of shaped who we are. Marina and I both worked since 2019 with the Black Book Interactive Project. It's a Black DH initiative based out of the University of Kansas. That's really kind of shaped, who we've become as DH scholars and even as instructors as well too. The librarians at Howard, you can see the lower left corner, have really also played an important role in terms of our digital pedagogy at Howard and, the content that they've helped us develop with our students. And also just, the relationships we've developed with our students here at Howard has also been really important. At Howard, neither one of us are part of like a specific ethnic studies program or department. But being in the HBCU, we're constantly enveloped in Afrocentric programs, activities, working in a student body that's 92% Black. So that all shapes, who we are, in terms of the discourse communities that we're a part of. And as we kind of share our discourse communities, we want you to also to think about what are the discourse communities that have shaped who you are as an instructor. What are the discourse communities you are a part of at your home institution or other networks beyond your institution? So I think those are important questions to kind of consider in the work, not only that we do as instructors at Howard, but even we want you to reflect as well too in your own work as instructors and researchers. So I'll pass it on to Marina now.
So I want us to get started by establishing our own discourse community in this learning space today, or this discussion space we're having today. In the previous slide, I forgot, or I failed to put in DEF CON. So DEF CON is also a community that we've joined, both of us actually in the last 2 years. It has been very meaningful to our development. It's given us a chance to network and hear and communicate with others. So I want to start off with the idea, and I teach actually writing. So I'm in writing studies. And so discourse communities is often used as a frame for talking about writing and writing instruction. So I'm going to start off with our key terms so that you have a sense of how we're defining the things we're going to be talking about in our presentation. The first is authentic assessment, which asks students to apply their skills to the real world. And so neither one of us actually assign, for example, traditional student papers. So we are thinking about assignments that make real world applications and allow students to engage with the public sphere. The second term is renewable assignments, and we're defining that as an assignment where there's inherent value to someone beyond the context of the class, and also something that is openly published so that other people can find and use and benefit from the work the students are producing, right? And some examples of renewable assignments might be things like how-to videos, Wikipedia pages, online reviews, podcasts, etc. So we're going to share a little bit with you about our approach and what we do in our own course design, in the hopes that maybe it can help you ask questions in some of the ways you design your own courses. So our approach to renewable assignments is grounded in our student body. Our student body has a strong commitment to service. So you see, I've included images of both one of our classrooms, the students in a service project, and then the image you see at the bottom right side is of the Moreland Spingarn Research Center. So that's a very important research center that's housed in Founders Library. And a lot of these assignments we connect back to our library system. So our renewable assignments we view as something that is grounded in a community of practice that embraces experiential and real world learning. We think it's important that we have students engage as producers of content that goes simply beyond being simple consumers of content and information, and has them kind of produce what is their own vision of the world. What do they want to call into being in the society that they're emerging into as young adults? And at Howard, the majority, not everyone, but the majority of our students are young adults. And then we want them to create public-facing products that live outside the classroom and start to position themselves as citizens within the public sphere. In thinking about our assignments, we're using the guiding questions. These are our guiding questions. What kind of dialogue do we want to have with our students in our classrooms? What kind of discussions, what kind of discourse do we want to create within our classroom community internally? And then we want to think, what kinds of discourses do we want our students to enter into beyond our classroom? And then the final thing when we're thinking about our assignments and learning activities is what do we want our students to be able to do, right? I included here an image of a scaffold, and we're going to talk a little bit in our presentation about how we scaffold our assignments and projects. Last year, I was a part of an initiative, a group that they brought together to talk about artificial intelligence, and it was hosted by Virginia Tech and the National Archives. And in the group that I was sent into, at one point, somebody that was a colleague said, "Well, do you want it sounds like you want people to hold your hand." And what I thought is, yes, that I don't feel shamed by that. I want people to hold my hand, right? And I love being at Howard University because it's a place where I can always find someone who's willing to reach out their hand and hold my hand. And I hold my colleagues' hand when they need it, and I want my students to feel supported. And so I'm going to continue to reflect on how I scaffold my assignments and think about how, in particular, the digital humanities and technology, we may think of our current students as digital natives and expect them that they're comfortable with their cell phones, for example, and expect them to be comfortable with technology, but they're not necessarily as comfortable and well-versed with technology as we might think. They've been introduced to a lot of technology that assumes they can easily just interface with it, right? But sometimes in digital humanities, we're expecting them to interface with something that requires deeper learning in order to understand and maneuver and use. And so I think of that scaffold as something that can be scary. I want my students to feel like if they fall off it, that there's safety measures in place. I want them to feel that I'm going to reach out my hand and help them climb back on. And so I like to use the image of a scaffold in terms of thinking about what we're building and what kind of support we need in our projects, but how we're also working as a community. We're a community, a learning community. So our methods, we use backward design, and I shared the assignments we're going to share with you. These are some of the digital literacy objectives that we use as a part of our courses. And we think that these are important for our students. So we like to focus our course objectives or our assignment objectives within Bloom's taxonomy in those higher order categories of create, apply, analyze, and evaluate. And so for our students, for create, we want to ask them to design culturally specific self-representations. We want them to produce content that centers Afrocentric information and content. We want them to construct communications that amplify orality and voice. One thing, and Eliseo said this at the beginning, when I was an undergrad at UC Berkeley, there's a strong ethnic studies program there. And so if you go to that part of campus, it has a strong orality, a strong visual quality to it that may be different than other spaces on campus. And for me, Howard University, the entire campus evokes that, where there's a strong sense of presence in terms of self-representation that is both oral and visual that might look different than other campuses, right? And I really want the students to think about how they can create and construct communications that amplify their own voice. So apply, we want students to use visual sources to curate data visualizations, and we want them to speak to public audiences in a culturally specific voice. We all have different voices and registers that we use to speak to different audiences, but that audience should always be coming, that voice should always be coming from who we are, right? Who we are in the world as a member of society. And then analyze, we want our students to examine the role of technology and be critical of the role of the technology in the public sphere, as well as we want them to critique information in order to expand their information literacy. So we're going to give you a couple of examples of just projects and assignments we've used with our students that we love. So the first one we're going to talk about is building digital literacy with Adobe Express. And the reason we're talking about Adobe Express is we found that when students are not, they're getting comfortable in a general ed course with using technology, the Adobe Express suite has a lot of features that are very user-friendly and clickable. And so it's a good entry point for students who might be hesitant or they might be nervous to enter into digital humanities. Eliseo, would you like to share your project?
Yeah, so here on the left-hand side is an example of an Adobe Express project that I developed with my students. Like I mentioned before, I'm in the World Languages and Cultures department. In particular, I teach Portuguese language and Afro-Brazilian studies courses at Howard. So I had developed projects and assignments with the students that really kind of connect their lived experiences, with Afro-diaspora communities in Latin America. And kind of like what Marina was saying to do with like Bloom's taxonomy, we want to focus on those higher order, categories. So not only processing and remembering information, which in this context with my courses is Black communities in Latin America, but also to synthesize and then create content that contributes to a deeper understanding of Black culture that goes beyond the US, that connects with, in this context, with Brazil and Latin America. And so I want my students to engage with content in a way that connects with their personal and professional interests. I feel that's something that's key to what we do with our assignments. And so even though in my courses, the students are learning the Portuguese language, they're learning about Afro-Brazilian history and culture, I still want them to find ways to connect it with their lived experiences, as African-American, Afro-Latino, with their experiences here in the United States as a Black American. And so I call upon assignments that really kind of draw upon those strengths that Marina was talking about of oral and visual culture. And so Adobe Express is really powerful in that regards, and that the students can kind of create web pages, videos, and infographics with Adobe Express that's very accessible, that's not overwhelming. There's like a lower threshold in terms of the digital literacy requirements, so it allows them to really kind of focus more on the content they're creating, and not spending so much massive amount of time on, learning the tool itself. Because, we always have to kind of balance that when we're kind of creating this kind of content. So in the context of this assignment, the students are learning Portuguese, they're learning about clothing and commerce, but I wanted to put it in a Afrocentric context. And so in that regards, I introduced students to Feira Preta, or Black Market or Fair. It's one of the largest Black festivals in Latin America. It's hosted in Sao Paulo, Brazil every year. And during the pandemic, they actually developed their online presence. They had to kind of shift from being in-person to being online. So they actually developed a very elaborate online kind of commerce site where people can, purchase products from Afro-Brazilian artisans and merchants. And so for this assignment, the students had to identify an item from the website of interest to them, whether it's a personal interest, something that kind of drew their attention to it, and then create a commercial in Portuguese about the item. So then not only are they working on developing their language proficiency, but they're also kind of having to do research into the item, into what the item they're talking about. So also the cultural competency part as well too. And then on top of that, you have finally kind of the visualization of, putting that together, with the video. So it's really helping them to kind of develop these different areas, while at the same time really kind of speaking to their own personal interests as it ties to, Afro-Brazilian history and culture. And I'll let Marina share her project, The Horror of Fake News.
So my project, so my students do what's at Howard, it's common for students to be assigned what's called an extracurricular. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but it's asking students to just attend things that are enriching to their educational experience, extracurricular beyond the classroom, right? And so I require my students to do extracurriculars. They have to attend an extracurricular related of their choice, something meaningful to them, something that helps them take ownership in their learning experience. In this case, this was on the right, you see, it was a project that a student wrote up about an event called The Horror of Fake News. So one year, the librarians, they hosted a Halloween event that was on October 31st, and they had The Horror of Fake News. And you can see in this image here, I don't know if you can see, there's some students sitting around the edge of the room in the background taking notes, but this room is actually the browsing room in Founders Library, and it's steeped in tradition. So the browsing room is actually where they prepared for the Brown versus the Board of Education case. They actually prepared for it in this room. So I like students to think about what is the historical meaning of these spaces we inhabit on campus, but also what do we do with these spaces and how are they transformed? So the librarians transformed this into a horror event where they presented the students with activities related to fake news. And one of the activities the students looked at was related to the Central Park 5. And so the students they created a reflection. Actually, I'd like to scroll through and show you. I said I wouldn't do this, but I will. So they created, it's like a web page, and I'll just kind of scroll down. So here's this opening, and I like it because a lot of it's clickable. They can insert, this is their own images. In my class, I like to talk about how we use visuals and how we have permission to use visuals or not, right? In this case, this is a visual created by the student. You can see here, as I've heard the previous presenters, I've thought, oh, the students, how often do we include, say, bios of the students or statement by the students as far as how their interpretive lens is impacting what they see, right? And you can see here the student forgot to put their name, so we could give them credit. So they kind of wrote up what it is. You can see here's the picture of the librarians that I included on the previous image. It's a great photo. And they have some captions here. And so they had a chance just to explore. It was this informal short assignment. This is another room here. You see the image at the front that I included where they're looking at the materials librarians prepared. And then they ended their web page with some questions for further thought. So I like them to ask and answer questions to one another. So this was the format that I used for that extracurricular. And I'm going to move on and just briefly go over an example of a project I do that focuses on data visualization. I like to use the NightLab suite after I've introduced students to Adobe Express, because I feel it's something that requires a little bit of a learning curve, but it's something that's also can be very accessible for students, and it's free. So for this assignment, it's an assignment where I ask students to create an area of inquiry related to their own lived experiences and to engage with digital archives. So in this course, we were looking at persuasive writing and research, and I look at Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston attended Howard University, and within our university archives, there's papers and materials and primary sources related to her. And so I like to use that. I also like to use it because it's nice to look at her time at Howard as an undergrad and see the connections the students have, or the ways that they're not connected with what Zora Neale Hurston's experience in the 20s was as a Howard student. And so some of the students all create their own area of inquiry. I actually I use the NightLab and have them do a story map to create a kind of an annotated bibliography of sources of kind. So they pick it. Some of their topics were Hurston as a student at Howard, students research in Haiti and Jamaica. We have a large population of students at Howard that are Haitian descendants, students of Haitian descent, and also Jamaican students who are attending here from Jamaica. And then narratives of formerly enslaved persons, and also Hurston's experiences with spirituality was a hot topic that often comes up. Many of our students are interested in spirituality, and it's compared to other. I attended as a student at public R1s, and so spirituality might have been something that wasn't as freely talked about and openly talked about in the way that it is at Howard. So it's interesting. So you can see on the left, there's an image that's a primary source that actually came from the Moreland Spingarn Research Center on campus, and it's Zora Neale Hurston's entry in the Howard Yearbook in 1923. It was a short story she wrote, and then underneath it has her ideal day, what her fantasy day as a student would look like. And then you can see on the story map here, the image to the right of that one, it kind of shows different places that the student explored that Zora Neale Hurston was, and at the top was some text that the student used to reflect, right? So this was an example of a data visualization using NightLab.
And then kind of the final assignment we want to look at today is information creation with Wikipedia. So kind of like what Marina was mentioning before, we kind of start out looking at using assignments with Adobe Express as something that has like a lower bar to learn. The story maps and the NightLab suite is a little bit more complex, it requires a little bit more instruction and guidance. And the same thing goes with Wikipedia. I feel Wikipedia is something that's also a much more complex software site, for the students to learn about. But the thing that I really like about Wikipedia is, again, it's allowing the students space where they can kind of create Afrocentric information, because that's, again, been the focus, for all of the assignments, all the curriculum that we've been developing over the last several years in our courses. How do we create something that really speaks to students' self-representation and kind of speaks to their interest of consuming and creating Afrocentric content? The students being at Howard University, they're very hungry, for stuff that's very focused and rooted within the African diaspora. So with my students, I want them to actually contribute to that as well too, not just consume that information, but actually contribute to it within the larger digital sphere. So I feel with Wikipedia allows them to create content that's Afrocentric and to fill in those gaps, within to do with Black culture and history in the digital sphere. And Wikipedia is a space where they can kind of create that content that's accessible to the general public, but that might not have be placed out there yet. So for example, here on the left, a student back in 2016, they created a Wikipedia page on Quilomboiji, which was a very important Afro-Brazilian writing collective that was formed in 1980. It's still around today. Very key organization in the development of contemporary Afro-Brazilian literature. So it allows the students to also feel this sense of contributing also to a larger body of knowledge on the African diaspora. Instead of just creating a paper, to turn into me at the end of the semester, they're actually creating content that can be in dialogue with, other content to do with African diaspora. And with Wikipedia, it's really great because you can see here on the left, it has, you see stuff in red and blue. The blue is kind of showing the hyperlinks to other pages in Wikipedia. So it's really showing how their site can actually, be part of this larger dialogue, on Afro-Brazilian or even the African diaspora, of making these connections, identifying, developing these networks and connections, across concepts, across different Black organizations, individuals, cultural expressions and traditions. So it's really helping them to see how what they're doing, creating is actually part of this much larger network that goes beyond, not just what we're learning in my individual class. So for example, this was created in a course I did on Afro-Brazilian writers. It was a course I taught in English. I've taught it several times. And so yes, for the course, the final project, the students create a Wikipedia page. And this is something because it's a more complex assignment, it's actually spread out through over the course of the entire semester. So it's not just something they're doing, like over the course of a week or a weekend. There's different assignments that are kind of showing them, providing like a guidance of how to use Wikipedia, how to do some basic coding, to really prepare them, for the actual page. And Wikipedia has been really great too. And over the years, they've also been able to develop more complex instructional materials as well too. When I first started in 2016, the sites wasn't as developed. Now they actually have a whole online platform where you can connect with your course, and there's other little mini assignments the students can do to prepare for it. So it's really come a long way. But again, the thing that I feel that really speaks to the power of it is centering Blackness through these assignments. And the students I see really take a lot of ownership and seriousness when they develop these assignments, because they're seeing they're creating content that's not just for me, for the class. They're realizing now they're creating content that anybody with access to the internet can actually access now. And so they really take a lot of pride and care in what they're developing, making sure it's accurate, and really sharing information to do with the African diaspora that they feel is important, that speaks to them. So again, kind of really tying to those ideas of not just finding information about the African diaspora, but finding content that really speaks to them, the content that they want to share, with the larger digital sphere. And so to finish off today, we want to show some links. These are some of the resources, the tools that we've been using in our classes and in our projects, the Light Lab, Adobe Express, and the Wiki Education Foundation. Those have been the kind of the key tools we've been using sharing today in this presentation. But hopefully you're able to kind of really see, the really importance of using these tools to create content that really kind of speaks to their lived experiences as Black Americans, and also their lived experiences as tying to the larger African diaspora, and really reflecting their experiences as being at an HBC, which I feel like Marina was mentioning is a unique experience. It's kind of different from other kinds of institutions. And I'll hand it over to Marina for any final thoughts as well too.
So thank you for being with us today and for giving us a chance to share our thoughts, because curating the set of this presentation has helped me to think more deeply about what I'm going to take into my courses in the fall. Thanks for being here with me, and I look forward to our discussion at the end of the panel, or being here with us.
Jennifer, you're muted if you were talking.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marina and Alicio. I am also feeling very full with inspiration of ideas to take into my next semester too. Our next presenter on the panel is Esther Hernandez, who is a professor of anthropology at California State University, Los Angeles, who will be speaking to the topic City, Space, and Identity Snapshots, Los Angeles and Beyond.
I'm trying to share my screen, sorry. Let's see. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I learned about DEF CON and really wanted to be part of it. I'm teaching in anthropology these days, and I was for a long time teaching in Chicano Latino studies. And I teach at Cal State LA, which is an HSI. And, it's really kind of in that vein that I wanted to be part of this space. So thank you for that. So my presentation, I feel so many ideas that people shared, and I've been trying to implement those ideas on my own. I was not part of the, can you hear me? Just heard somebody. Okay. All right. I'm going to continue. And so I teach a class, which is a GE course, and it is an anthropology called Learning in the Community. So I'm going to share sort of like one activity that I do with my students, which is pretty much they take pictures and they share, what their impressions are of that particular space. And I give them a framework for doing that. So I'll go ahead and share that with you. And basically, the students in this class do service hours, and they do mini observations throughout the semester, and they focus on, what is happening in the city. I have specific themes, and I want to share with you something I did with Night Lab, and this was not something that the students prepared, but it's something that I'm going to incorporate. I don't know what this is, sorry, and that I'm going to incorporate into my work. And this is I did with Night Lab, which people mentioned, and it basically focuses on Los Angeles and the neighboring cities around us. And I put some of the themes that I share with them. So, for example, a lot of the reading is part of Karen Brodkin's Making Democracy Matter, and it talks about the different ecology of organizations within Los Angeles and the South Central LA region. So one of them is this mural at Carecen, and I just share about the history of that mural and a little bit of the history of the organization. The next is the conversation about Koreatown, which is a very multi-ethnic neighborhood, and it has Korean, Latino, people from Oaxaca, people from many different parts of Mexico. And the reason I share that with them is because we get oral histories of activists that are working with this organization. So that's really crucial to me to kind of give them a sense of what area in the city are we talking about, and what institutions are part of the conversation in these oral histories that they read at the beginning of the semester. So this is Kiwa. I put that through the story map with Night Lab. Also, there's MacArthur Park, which is really important to people in Los Angeles and to the history of ethnic mobilization, ethnic movements, but also a space where people go and enjoy music. So I kind of wanted to give them a sense of that. And also the reason I share this space with them is, as I've been teaching in this campus for almost 20 years, there's still this kind of stigma about, places like MacArthur Park, where people kind of have their perspective from the news and they've never visited, right? So this is also the way to get them to think of the spaces in different ways, and perhaps even take go there and take the metro, or, go visit the area, which is really, there's a lot of vitality in there, but a lot of the things that they might bring with them, if they're not familiar with the place, is very fearful and they don't want to go there, right? So I've had students go like, I don't want to go, or I don't want to go by myself. And part of my practice is to have them go to visit places, and not necessarily as part of this class, but at least they're getting introduced to that space. And then another place that we talked about is the Community Coalition, which is some oral stories that they read in the book by Karen Brodkin, Making Democracy Matter. And, they learn about the organization and the work that they do, which is, focused on the South Central region and African-American communities and Latino communities working to improve their neighborhoods and their participation in the political process. So the other other things that I do in the class are talk about labor, like the garment industry, the Street Vendors Association. And so it's really important to me that they get those stories. And I use documentaries to kind of engage them on, this history, because a lot of them have been born after 2000. So a lot of this information is totally new to them, but in the sense of, they don't know the history of it, but they might have some experience with the area because their parents or they themselves may have worked in these areas, right? But they don't necessarily have the history of the 1990s and 2000 social movements that I really make part of my course. It's really an important part of the course. So I have them do a timeline, and I'm going to use this particular tool to do the timelines, because I basically had them do it on paper, and I had them do what is their year of birth and go back 10 years to create a timeline of important events. And they had to have 7 points, so 7 decades. And, we have a good conversation about that. But it was good for me to do that in the sense that there was a lot of things that I had assumed, and I had to do a lot of filling in of details in history to have them understand, important elements of the course. Then, in relation to MacArthur Park is undergoing a lot of gentrification. So I pulled up these tools of, this place is becoming like a area that has a metro and has a 94 walking score, which is supposed to be really good. But what that means in relation to Latino communities and communities that are working class is that their spaces are being gentrified and, they're being displaced from these areas. So we have that conversation, sorry. And let's see. Let me go back to my PowerPoint. And so a lot of the course, again, is learning in the community, and I focus on specific themes like labor organizing, community organizations, and I'm calling it digital histories as I participated in this community. But pretty much I just basically talk about kind of documenting our space and, sort of being observant about what our spaces are about and how places have a history. They have deep layers of history that I connect to the specific readings that they do. So there's a lot in the readings about labor activism, about organizations founded on behalf of immigrant communities in the 1990s. And also we talk about the LA Rebellion, which a lot of them are unfamiliar with because they were born after 2000. And then many different labor union campaigns that we talk about, as I try to show with the map. And initially, when I started this class, I did use story maps with Esri, but it was although it's really easy for me to use, it wasn't particularly easy for the students, and they were frustrated in terms of logging in and in terms of creating their profiles, and it just did not work. It worked for some of the students, and so I kind of decided not to use that. Now that I've been using the Night Lab, I think I might use that again in my next class when I teach it. So what I did is I have a reading that they do about how activists create counter stories in their neighborhoods, right? To counteract the negative media representations and sort of like perceptions that people have about specific places. And there is an article that I use that basically says, activists recover space by emphasizing the historical importance of an area or a neighborhood. And they also have an analysis of space as creating community and building coalitions, right? And then the next rubric is sort of thinking about how a space serves a democratic purpose. And normally that tends to be, government buildings or important buildings in their cities. But in this particular case, we're using a more expansive definition of what a democratic space is. And again, to emphasize that I anchor these kinds of concepts in readings that we do with this text called Making Democracy Matter, and also with an anthology that is called Anthropology of Los Angeles. And it has many different pieces in there that anchor the Asian American community, Latinx communities, and African American communities. So as part of the course, they do service hours, and this is part of like kind of things that they collected in terms of the photo essays that I had them do. And this was a student who did service in the Pico Union area, and it was related to gardening. But basically, all of what they did, they connected to these three concepts of building community, a space that is reimagined in a democratic way, and also the historical importance of these places. So they connected this to the historical importance of the Pico Union area and how significant it is to Central American communities and what projects are going on there. Other readings that they did had to do with transportation. So students were really taken by that. They have a reading on bicycling in Los Angeles. And, they reflected on, how we use the bike, who uses the bike, and what it means in terms of the transportation infrastructure and inequities of Los Angeles, right? So these are pictures that they took. And they basically created a photo essay that was just posted in Canvas as a discussion post. So I found that was easier than trying to have them do a story map. And they could all see it because it was organized as a discussion post that was visible to all of them. So they got to read each other's reflections and connections. Then another student was a member of one of the unions that was supporting the teachers' strike, the LAUSD teachers' strike. And so he had a lot of pictures on the demonstrations in downtown LA. And these are some of the pictures that he took. There's a sign that says citizenship is essential, right? And it basically had to do with this strike that was going on in Los Angeles during the semester. And there's this other picture says, no hay distrito de la moda sin costureros, which is there's no fashion district without garment workers. Again, connected to readings that we did in our class, specifically with the Brodkin reading, which has oral histories of people who became activists as a result of learning of the inequities in the garment industry. And this last one is on labor and immigration, and it says, workers make the world run. Workers should run the world, right? And so that was one of the pictures that he included in his essay. Basically, my goal in the class, as people, as I listened to your presentations, I kind of, go back to this issue of interpreting the city through their lenses, right? Reading something that is a background to the history of activism in the city, and then applying it to what is going on today or what is going on in their lives. And students express deep connections to the labor sectors that we covered in class. So they would say, like, my mom worked in the garment industry. My dad, worked for a factory owned by Koreans. And, my family members were sponsored, right, for immigration through their workplace and things like that. So a lot of the observations that they made highlight, right, that this is not discovering, what is happening in the ethnic communities, but it's actually making really critical connections and understanding, as people mentioned in one of the presentations, self-representation, how self-representation is important, right? So a lot of the students highlighted how this was the first time that they had reflected on these issues and that they had seen their experiences in their neighborhoods represented in a way that was empowering, right? And that they could use to understand their own world. So I would say that, part of this effort is to have students do critical mapping of space, and also to make them aware of the organizations, right, that have been doing this work from the 1980s, the 1990s to the present, right? Like how they're part of our social movement ecologies that we have to understand, not just in the contemporary moment, but in terms of these layers of history that that we cover throughout the semester. So I start out, doing a lot of oral histories, also looking at art, murals, and the reading is intense. So I feel like these activities of reflection help them to take that with them, right? Take it beyond the classroom into their communities. And let's see. So what I would say in terms of the things that I have learned by incorporating these tools and incorporating these ways of observing their world in a visual manner is keeping it simple in terms of technology, because again, the first time I tried it, it was with the story maps, and it was just a lot of building infrastructure and building capacity with them. And so I think it took away from, the kinds of things that we want to be doing, right? Like that they want to be able to use and create information so that they can be producers of knowledge as opposed to just consuming these tools or just using these tools. And that's not really what I want them to do. I want them to produce something with them. So I really learned a lot from how people have utilized the technology in their classrooms, and hopefully will incorporate some of those good practices in the future. But because of simplicity, what I did this past semester was just use the Canvas, and they incorporated their pictures and their essays within it. And it was beautiful. So, that can be printed out, right? And printed into a book. But if I incorporate the Omeka and do all of these things in the future, then it will be just digital. But hopefully, having learned some of the suggestions you all made, it will be less stressful in the future. But that's pretty much what I have. We're a Hispanic serving institution. And so that's what I mean by the aspect of this is not discovery of information. This is just basically learning that critical literacy, right? To look at your world and produce something that is engaging and empowering, and that goes beyond just the paper that they have to complete, that they can take it out into their workplace, into their communities and their family members, which is usually what gives me the most joy when they say, I shared that with my sister or my mom or, whoever. So I think that's pretty much what I have to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hernandez. I'm going to keep us on time as much as possible. We probably have about 10 minutes or so, 10, 12 minutes for conversation. And then I'd like to then build in a break before we continue on forward with the program.
Jennifer, there's this goes till 2:30 and there's a 15-minute break, and at 2:45 the next the roundtable begins.
Thank you. Okay, I was thinking we had 2:15. Perfect. We got a lot more time then. So people have been putting some questions into the chat, and I think Dr. Feliz, you were able to answer some of those questions as they were coming in.
Yes, and I'm happy to answer more, if there's more questions. Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, so, feel free to put questions in the chat or raise hands as you're thinking of them. Sometimes you just need a moment to just breathe, take in, process everything that we have learned before we hop into questions. So take your time with that. I think, threads that I see in the papers that you've shared and the work that you're doing on your campuses and with your students is what one of our greatest hopes for digital ethnic futures is, which is the breakdown of walls between campus and community by using these digital tools. And that what you're doing with your students, your colleagues, your peers, the communities are thinking about ways to value self-knowledge. And especially when it comes to students, self-directed inquiry is really important. How can they learn the tools and use them, but really be driven by the things that they're curious about? So it's activating student curiosity. I also thought there's such a nice deep connection to Dr. Roberts' keynote with respect to thinking through this question of how do we both preserve and possibly uncover the quickly disappearing history of either local history, cultures, artists, artistic production, people. And here I'm thinking through, Dr. Roberts talked about the effect of climate change on New Orleans and what that might mean for disappearing communities, but also, and how the digital can help to preserve those voices in that history. But then through the papers that you all shared, the work you all shared, there's disappearance according to gentrification or white supremacy, rewriting or overwriting. Or I was also thinking about the removal of key community leaders that would be so central to a lot of these different projects. But the removal of those key community leaders and storytellers and narrators. And the thing that came to mind for me was what's going on in Cop City in Atlanta, the carceral disappearance of some of those amazing community organizers that's going on. Those are some of the threads that I saw. I definitely had questions for each of you, but I'll refrain from throwing that in to see what might be percolating in our space today.
Can I make a comment?
We do.
Yes, I just was very, I guess, pleased to see how many of the projects that we talked about today were grounded on engaged scholarship, community engaged scholarship, where we are thinking about the communities that we're documenting, that we're representing. We're maybe asking questions. We are giving back the keynote, right? Dr. Roberts said she gives them back some of the videos or the things that they collect from that particular community so that they can use as they please. And I want to hear, I'm pleased to hear that here, and I want to hear more of that happening, right? Where we are conscious of the communities that we're discussing, that we're talking about, that we're representing, and if relevant, to ask for that feedback from the community. Is this a fair representation, of your story or the community? So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Dr. Feliz. I'm wondering, Dr. Hernandez, if I can add you into that or pull you into that in what ways are you sharing back to the community that you are plotting in maps and various other kinds of digital forms, and maybe asking for their input about what could be edited?
Yeah, I'm coming from the fact that I switched departments, so I'm kind of building, my connections and all of that. But I work with community organizations. I work with immigrant organizations, and I know in my campus, a lot of people are working in partnership with organizations. So anything we do with service learning, it is sort of working those relationships out. But the other issue is kind of redefining what community service is, right? And letting the students do that, because these are working class students. They're working a lot of times, right? Like they're working full time while also trying to do school. So I've had to do this kind of digital approach to minimize the pressure on them having to do service hours, right? And so this is part of their service. This is the second year that I've been doing these stories. So I'm going to work with the librarian to try to see, how we can disseminate some of them, right? To pick some of the key ones that have come out of what I've been doing in the past 2 years. But I think it's crucial that, that's what I mean by discovery, because a lot of times people will say oh, I just learned about this community and all of these things. And it's more importantly, did the community learn about, their own tools and their own, self-representation? And I mean, to me, that matters a lot. So I work with communities on campus to like the students who are organizing for the undocumented, right? So I work with them. I also work off campus with community organizations, and I think that it's crucial that we do those partnerships. But I think as we move to this digital moment, right, that, you know, we not only want to like have it be shared within that space, we want to have kind of like not be ephemera. We want to sort of build, you know, somebody did that. I think that's really beautiful to counteract that amnesia that people have. And that amnesia is not just because they haven't been taught about their histories, but it's also because those histories are minimized and they're not recorded. So I think that this is where the digital humanities can help in you know, intervene in that process. So I personally will learn like the Omeka that people mentioned. And I like this night lab that I was using just because it's open so that anybody can look at it, right? They don't have to be behind a paywall or some tool that costs money. So yeah, I think the more important aspect of it is that the students produce the knowledge, but that they also share it with the communities that matter, right? That can benefit from that information. Yeah.
I had a question actually for Professor Christina Acosta, if I could pull you in here a moment, which is I was really struck by who you imagine the first audience to be, which is lecturers. And I think so often our precarious professors get left out of the building of digital humanities on a campus. And so I wondered if you can talk a little bit to, or speak to why that audience was really important to you. I mean, I know you're among that audience and among that community, but I think that's really, really important, the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Yes. Well, yes, as a lecturer myself, as I mentioned, the incentive for having, you know, $500 to take this workshop was important, I think. I actually offered it I just offered my services like to share what I had learned. And 1 or 2 people were interested, but no one really had time. And I understand, you know, as lecturers, sometimes often we have to have a second job on top of, you know, teaching 3 to 4 classes. And so people were really strapped for time. But once there was that, everything was laid out. It was 1 hour. I was only asking for 1 hour over, you know, 4 months. So really 4 hours of this workshop. And, you know, you get this incentive. I thought it was important because lecturers are teaching the bulk of the classes at Cal State Stanislaus. And I find that seems to be true across many Cal States and possibly many universities. We only have, I want to say, 3 tenured or tenure track professors in ethnic studies. And yet we have, I don't know, maybe 7 to 10 lecturers. And so I really thought it was important that we are exposed to these different digital humanities tools so that we can deepen our pedagogies and also make learning more interactive for the students. So yeah, thank you for your question.
I've done stints as lecturer myself, so now how important it is to feel included in professional development and pedagogy building.
Yes, definitely. Honestly, the stipends that were offered at Cal State Stanislaus, I know that not all Cal States do this, but at Cal State Stanislaus, usually there's a stipend attached to these workshops, these faculty learning communities. It's at least $500 for each faculty learning community. But there are sometimes when I didn't have to get a second job. I just did like 5 or 6 faculty learning communities. I went to all of these meetings and I think became a better educator because of it. So.
Additional question, if I may throw this out there for Drs. Del Sol and Jacob. When you were talking about these various tools that you use, and of course they're spread between 2 different courses because you're teaching different courses, different subjects. I wondered if you could explain a little bit about how many tools do you use per class? So do you focus on hey, this one tool for this one class and that's it, so it's not to overwhelm students? Do you have students using different tools for different assignments? There were quite a number of tools that were shared, and I just wondered how you break it down to make it manageable for students to learn them within the classroom.
So as people have been speaking in this Q&A time, I've thought a lot about scope and scale. And this is something I always struggle with, is how do you build something, right? The tools, the assignments are what we're sharing are things that we built over. Let's see, I've been developing my assignments since 2017. So it's like over many years and many courses in different iterations. And thinking about, so one thing I'm thinking, for example, Dr. Roberts' example of the thing she's doing is spanning many courses, right? So how do you break it down to be like, this is what's happening in this one course? How do you have students not be overwhelmed? What I found with my students is I just have one tool. I usually limit it to one tool, right? That they're going to do, and it depends on what the course is. But how do you make sure students don't get overwhelmed? So I've been thinking in this conversation about, maybe I guess my response to you is self-centered, because it's really a response to myself of my inner thoughts, right? So like thinking about scope and scale. And then as people have been speaking, I've been thinking about like labor and what does service mean? Like I just had a conversation with somebody else, because we're another colleague and we're doing our annual reports. And that is service. Like service is like, oh, I volunteered to bring cake to some kind of event, or is service like I am the director of the WAC program and that's considered service, right? Like what constitutes service and how do we value it? And how do we teach our students that there's different kinds of service? So like, there's just the service, like the way I was raised, when I think of labor and service, even like when I showed the image of the scaffold, I'm always in the lens of like, the lens of someone who's maybe sewing, or the lens of someone doing construction, and thinking that that is what labor is, right? But then thinking that there is the intellectual labor, and that's the thing that like gets you space and time to do the work you want to do. So thinking about like, how do we teach students about different vocabularies we use around the idea of service, labor, time, and how that ties into structures of power. Those are the thoughts that I'm going to take away from this topic. And right now, like in response to your question, I guess what I'm trying to say is that technology is something that requires a lot of labor. And how do we recognize that labor of students? And so tied within my class is a lot of recognition. Like we actually all do like have a class session, because I will have Zoom classes. So it's a lab. I'll have lab. It'll be called like writing lab or DH lab, whatever we're doing. And so it's just a laboratory time. And I run it the way that I would run a sewing lab. So like my mother used to sew with other women, and they give each other tips and whatnot. So like, how does that work? That's how I run my lab. So for any time I ask them to use a tool, I have a lab time, and they might be like, this is what they're stuck on. And then I encourage them to answer each other's questions. So I will show them things, but I try to make it more like the way that I would envision like an artistic lab or a creative lab working. So I guess my answer to your question is I'm thinking about how technology, we're asking students to put in labor and put in service, and thinking of how that's compensated and how that's recognized, right? So there's the service to the community, and there's whether or not the community gets a chance to respond and think about their input, but thinking about how the students are also receiving recognition, right? Or what do we get in exchange for our labor and service? So thank you. That was thank you for listening to that. I hope someone got something out of it. I did.
Yeah, and just also like, I guess, build on what Marina was saying, yes, like about the tools. I think she brought up a good point, like to do with the labor, and also like the scaffolding. I think the thing that really stands out too is, right, how do you scaffold things to make it not so overwhelming for the students, like, and kind of like what Marina is saying too, I usually also just focus on one tool for the course, because I don't want to become, then it's like focusing on learning all these different tools. I'd rather them actually like really learn at a deeper level one tool, and actually be focusing on using digital tools and methods to kind of engage with the content at a deeper level is the goal for me, and not so much the tool per se. And so I think it's, and one way I do that with the scaffolding is that usually I'll have smaller assignments throughout the semester that maybe perhaps we're kind of build towards the bigger assignment that might use that tool. Like for example, with the Wikipedia, that's something that's going over the course of the whole semester. So they're doing other smaller assignments, like How do you navigate Wikipedia page? How do you create a hyperlink? How do you do X or Y coding on it? So I'm doing different assignments throughout the whole semester that are just kind of building, towards the larger project that's going to be finalized at the end of the semester, because I really want them to kind of develop it at a deeper level. And the same thing with like the Adobe Express too. That's like something, for example, in courses I've taught like on Afro-Brazilian culture, I'll do like they'll do a final like blog project with the Adobe Express, but we'll use like the LMS like Blackboard, having them do smaller like discussion boards or in class, kind of mimicking some of those features like with the hyperlinks as a first step, as preparation before they actually do something that's going to be more, because the Adobe Express is like a public link that people outside the course can access. So kind of doing those assignments within the LMS first as a way to kind of prep for it. So kind of tying back to what Marina's saying about the scaffolding, I think is real important. That the students are really developing those deeper skills. I feel for that, it helps it so that they don't get so overwhelmed. They're focused on really learning the skills and not so much focused on the tool. Because I think sometimes it's real easy to focus on the tool. And like the tool is something that just helps to kind of engage with the content or the concepts in a different way. So I think that's the way I think about it.
I think for me too, I experienced my entry into DH as being similar to my dissertation process. For those of you who have done dissertations, when I was working on mine, at one point my co-chair said, "This is ambitious," and I felt so proud to be told that it was ambitious. And what I realized is that there was their polite way to say that I was doing too much, that the thing I was promoting was something that could be a whole career. And so thinking about it's really a struggle in DH to say, here's all the things I'm looking at, and here's all the things I got introduced to. I'm just going to do this one thing right now. Someone has shown, and I apologize, I forget who it was, Hello Kitty was reading Borderlands. And I think that book is a foundational, excellent book because she actually kind of lays out a structure for all of the fields that are important to Chicano studies, right? And so if you look at that, you can see like that book is a map to like the content that would need to be incorporated into curriculum and developed further. And so I guess that I would say for everybody, including myself, look at that bigger scope that you've created of what you want to do, and then pick something really small and stay narrow. And then ask yourself, can this be made more narrower? Can this be made less and go deeper and keep going? I keep telling my students, take a deep dive, but I'm really telling myself, because that will prevent you from getting spread too far. Thank you.
No, thank you. I needed to hear that. Yes, Dr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I think with that, that's sort of what I try to do with the snapshots to for the students to take something away from this framework, right? Like what the framework is based on George Villanueva's article that, talks about activists and how they try to create counter stories. And so, he has this rubric of 3 things that they do to create counter narratives of their neighborhoods and to build, right, affirmative narratives of the work that they're doing. And I think that works really well. And that's what I had to do because I had all of these tools that were out there and I wanted to use them all, but it was just too overwhelming, right? For a semester course that is a GE course, and that's a lot of different things. And I think that was the most simplified way to do, learning in the community, right? And for them to turn their lens to their own neighborhoods. So.
If I might throw out a final question or two. Dr. Feliz, I was wondering if you can talk a little bit more about accessibility. You mentioned that one of the things that you thought about as you were guiding your students through their assignments was accessibility in 2 different ways. One for people who are language learners, but also maybe have lower reading proficiency or reading learning language reading proficiency, but then also disability. And I wondered if you could kind of talk a little bit more about accessibility in one or both of those ways?
Yeah. So with language, I just wanted to have the students think about what was missing, right? So we had really short descriptions of the works that they were documenting. So I wanted them to have the opportunity to describe what we were seeing in the picture, right? Not an analysis, but just to describe what was there, and then to do it in 2 languages. Also thinking about the identity of the university. And we do have some signage that is in Spanish, but certainly not a lot, and not with a lot of context. So I wanted them to think about that. And then as we went through the project, we thought, well, what if there's somebody that can't read, right? We, in one of the classes, we were discussing about San Antonio, the south side of San Antonio, where the university is, has a very low rate of literacy. And, due to many things, redlining, et cetera. And so we thought, okay, well, maybe, some abuelitas, some adults or elderly might not be able to read at all because of low literacy rates that we have in our community. So they thought, oh, audio, right? Audio, both in English and Spanish. And then we thought about also like people, that can't see, that would be another added feature for them to be able to experience the works in that way. So some of the things that we think about the future, and I think it would be great to incorporate that if we can in the map as well, like sound, but if not, maybe even talk with the university to see if there's a way for us to create sound pieces with a QR code so that people could listen to that, to the description of it.
So much. We have one question in the chat, and I'm glad not to be the final voice in asking a question. Diana Rivera has asked, could we hear from the presenters how many students partook in their DH projects? I'm wondering about class sizes. And some responses are coming in, but if there's anything that other panelists want to say about this, please do.
And my classes are smaller classes. I think it would be really hard to teach it in a larger class. It's labor intensive, right? Because you have to provide support. So I don't know if it was a larger class, like if you had a lecture class and you wanted more students to be involved, I think that would require a lot of support. That's my opinion.
Dr. Hernandez has shared classes are between 20 and 25. Dr. Feliz, Dr. Jacob, what class sizes do you typically have?
In this semester, it was 15 students. I guess 15 students, the average, because the course that I taught in the fall was also about that much. So I think that was manageable. So a previous class that I taught, we were using different tools, and I appreciated having to scale down to one tool only, especially as an introductory or as one assignment that the students did. So that was manageable for all to learn and to actually use it.
And then I also wanted to say, I also feel that it matters how many total students you teach. So I was a lecturer. Right now, my title is master instructor, which means I'm like a permanent lecturer. So I'm contingent of faculty, but I have like permanency. I used to have 80 students, and what my students produced was very different than what they produce now. And some of it has to do with maybe I'm more skilled, but I don't think so. I think some of it's just like the more students you have, you can't provide that amount of support and feedback. This semester, I'm the director of the Writing Across the Curriculum, so I'm on a 2-2. Oh my God, wow, I can't even believe it. And I can tell you what my students are producing is different, is much more advanced. And so I guess I'm saying this because for those of you out there that are lecturers and have heavy course loads, you should really consider like giving yourself a lot of credit for thinking of like what you can do and how you can scale your energy. And my recommendation, if the person that asks has large classes, would be to offer like an extra credit or an option, right? So sometimes I do this with my students. If I have a class where a lot of students are struggling, I might say, well, you can do a traditional paper or you can do this DH project. And I will give them the option so that way I can put more attention to that person who's really interested in it. So if you have more, so right now in the fall, this spring I had I only had 35 students. Wow, that's a very different experience. And so my students can grow more. If you have more than 60 students, select students who might benefit or let them self-select.
That's an excellent point. I think asking questions about class sizes is always important because it so frames what and how we can do it. Thank you so much for participating in this panel and the conversation. I was so honored to be able to moderate and hear from your projects and pleased to be overwhelmed with various exciting ideas. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It was such a fantastic panel, all our panelists. I learned so much and so grateful. Please take a break. We appreciate those of you who've hung in this whole time. We understand if you have other things to do with your day, but we hope we'll see some of you, if not all of you, back at 2:45. We will get started with our roundtable. Thank you.
Hey, Roopsie. All right.
How are you? Welcome.
I'm doing well, thank
Are you in Pakistan?
you. Yeah. So
Oh.
my internet might go out at any minute. So if it ever shuts off, just that's what happened.
How late is it?
It's only like 11. It's about 11:45 at night, so not too bad. Yeah.
We're honored that you joined us, even though you're away.
Yeah.
Are you in Lahore?
Yeah. My family's actually from Karachi, but my wife's family's from Lahore, and they figured it's time for me to visit.
My dad and I, our next plan when we go to Kashmir, we're gonna actually we'll go to Lahore. We can get a visa because he wants to go to the Gurudwaras.
Yeah. I just saw them like the other day. It's pretty nice.
He's never been.
It's very crowded.
He's never been.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crowded, so you have to, and it's really hot right now. So I just saw it from the outside. And we're hoping when it gets a little bit better that we can go see it while it's not 1 million degrees.
It's so funny because of partition. They've never been to Pakistan since they were little babies.
Yeah.
So we have Nabil, you're here. Kathy, you're here. Nice to see you both. We were waiting for two more of our speakers, Melanie Hernandez and Ani Mukhopadhyay is coming. So we'll give them another minutes. We can go ahead and get started with those of us we do have, and hopefully our other two will be joining us. Welcome to the roundtable portion of the DEF CON virtual annual meeting. I'm Rupika Rizam, the PI of the Digital Ethnic Futures Consortium, and our leadership team also includes Tanisha Taylor at Texas Southern University, Jim Milmore Pugh at Cal State Fullerton, Jennifer Musial, Caroline Wilkinson, and Sonia Donaldson, New Jersey City University, and Keisha Valens at Salem State University. We're delighted you're with us. It's been a really invigorating and wonderful day so far with a keynote and presentations, and now we're going to just have some casual roundtable conversations about digital ethnic studies and digital humanities and DEF CON. So I'm pleased to introduce two of our roundtable speakers who are with us at the moment. Nabil Siddiqui, who is Assistant Professor of Communications at Susquehanna University, and Catherine Harris, who is a Professor of English and Comparative Literature at San Jose State University, as well as Director of Public Programming for the College of Humanities and the Arts there. I've been longtime friends and admirers of both of these two. They have so much to offer in terms of knowledge about digital humanities. They've already been offering so much to DEF CON for the last 2 years. And so I'm excited to be in conversation with them. So welcome, Nabil and Kathy. And I'd love if we start off by if you could share with our guests a little bit about what your involvement in DEF CON has been. So Kathy, you want to start us off?
Oh, sure. Yes. So I'm at San Jose State University, and I've been here for 18 years as of May 31st. So I've spent my entire career here. And one of the things that I found really invigorating about digital humanities and DEF CON is this sense of community that I don't necessarily get in a stable environment at my home university. And also the ability in both DEF CON and DH and critical DH to be self-critical and move forward has been something that's kept me in the field. And I'm also coming from a teaching intensive university. And in 2005, when I really got involved in digital humanities, it was primarily Research One institutions, and they didn't really want to talk about pedagogy. They really wanted to talk about the representations of digital humanities through projects and scholarship. And the way the DH has grown in those 18 years, even beyond when it started as humanities computing, has been really invigorating and keeping me interested and engaged in a way to not necessarily contribute to DEF CON, but to be invited into the door and participate and bring my experience with collaboration and project-based work with our students. So that's what's kept me going here.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. So Kathy's been a mentor for both of our years so far, and just, you know, tremendous person and generous sharing of her knowledge. And Kathy's also a recipient of a DEF CON capacity building fellowship this year, which is in collaboration with a huge group of partners at Cal State University. Can you say a little bit about that, Kathy?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got so excited about why are you in DH? And I was like, I don't know. Because things like DEF CON pop up, and it's really interesting. I think the big thing for the capacity building fellowship is that we dared to dream big. We've always wanted across all 23 California State University campuses to connect faculty, library staff, and library faculty together, and other staffers at centers who are doing some form of digital humanities writ large, and really from a pedagogical point of view, not just in research and scholarship. So with the help of a bunch of others, including Jamila, who is, we have sort of a ringer with us because she's also from a CSU, and Pam Locke and a few others who really started with this idea. I wrote up a request for the money to start a DH consortium across the 23 campuses. And right now we started with 8 loosely aggregated DHers who were interested in or already doing DH in ethnic studies, or who could bring people people on across 8 different campuses. So we've now grown to 13 campuses of the 23 are involved in a substantial way. And we put together, and we're going very slowly and purposely working at the speed of trust to ask people, faculty, staff, if they would like to be pulled into or work on the infrastructure building of this capacity grant. We got a lot of people, thanks to Jamila's work, figuring out that they were interested and curious about what we're doing, but they're not interested in being part of the steering committee right now. So we've amassed way more than just the 12 campuses that we're going by right now. And if you're in the audience and you're from a Cal State and you haven't heard about this, please email me. We're doing our best to pull as many people in as possible. One thing about the CSUs is that we do not have a way for faculty and staff to contact each other. It's purely through serendipity, and it's been that way since I've been here. The Chancellor's office has rebuffed a lot of requests for us to figure out how to connect with each other across campuses over the last couple of decades. And we're in conversations, Jamila is in conversations and leading that, with creating just a listserv that goes out to all campuses to ask them if they'd be interested in being involved in DEF CON and building what we're calling DH at CSU. And we have to make a lot of decisions because not every CSU campus is the same in terms of resources and enrollment, and also the use of full-time faculty versus part-time faculty or lecturers or contingent faculty. So we have a lot of decisions to make, and we're making it as pliable as possible as we move along and trying to give people at least a signifier of thanks for joining us and providing some money to it. And Rupika has also very generously from her Deaf Lab at Dartmouth provided us with some extra funding so that we can push through and get to a second stage of this next year where we're set up to create a larger footprint for really actually carrying this through. So I'm really grateful to DEF CON for all this. And 2 years as a mentor has been incredible because I'm not just mentoring CSU people, I'm also mentoring across on the East Coast as well. I've really had the privilege to hear what people are doing from small liberal arts colleges to other comparable teaching intensive universities and colleges. So it's always a learning process to be a mentor. So I learn as much from them as I think we get a comparable amount. It's reciprocal from each other. So it's been really incredible.
Thanks, Kathy. You know, one of the sort of dreams we had when we started DEF CON was the idea that there could be regional collaboration and ways to really foster, connections between people at regional publics in different regions. And so to actually get to see that CSU is able to build this really exciting. And we're trying to hopefully build on this if we can get a renewal from Mellon to try and facilitate more regional kinds of collaborations, because sometimes it's just, even just knowing that there's a community and knowing that there are people you can talk to and collaborate with, locally is huge. So we really had envisioned that a kind of networked model. And so it's been cool to see it actually starting to come through. So I'm going to ask Nabil to tell us a little bit about his involvement with DEF CON, and then I will introduce Anuruddha, who's joined us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here today and having a chance to talk. I think a lot of so I've been working with DEF CON now for about 2 years as well. Most of the work I've done has been largely on the East Coast where I'm located. And so I've been working with a lot of my mentees on kind of introducing them to certain elements of DH. So I found that people are coming at it from very different ideas of what it is, and kind of different ideas of what it could entail for their particular use cases and for their students. And so I think kind of like Kathy, one of the things that I really liked about DEF CON and that I find useful about DEF CON right now is that I'm in a communications department, which is a little bit different than my training, which was largely in American studies, which has a lot of ethnic studies elements in it, along with stuff like gender and race. And the communications department is much more media production oriented where I'm at. So DEF CON has been able to provide me sort of a lifeline towards certain thoughts and patterns that I don't get to work with in my day-to-day life as much. And so I've been really appreciative of that. We're working on developing some small projects around oral history in the regions of our mentees or my mentees. And I found that a lot of people are really already have a good idea of what they want to do. And so my work has been a little bit less than Kathy's in terms of developing regional expertise and really more about sort of technical expertise that I can bring. So a lot of the mentees that I get already have a very strong idea and are well versed in ethnic studies and stuff like that. And they just need a little bit of help on guiding on sort of infrastructure and what it takes to sort of take a DH project from beginning to end and also incorporate that into the classroom. And so that's largely the kind of work that I've been working on with DEF CON, is kind of developing this sort of technical infrastructure around certain things that the mentees need.
Thank you, Nabil, and we're really grateful for that. Just so all of you know, if you have colleagues in ethnic studies or in Black studies, Latinx studies, Native and Indigenous studies, if you have colleagues who feel like they're comfortable in those areas, but not in digital humanities, those are typically the people who really benefit from DEF CON because we have mentors who are wonderful who will help them leverage their expertise into really approachable ways they can get into digital humanities. And I think if you were if you saw any of the presentations earlier, Christina Acosta's presentation about the workshop she's been running for ethnic studies colleagues through a capacity building fellowship, that's exactly the kind of building, capacity building, institutional building work that we really invested in here. So I'm happy to introduce Anuruddha Mukhopadhyay, who's our another one of our speakers on this roundtable. Ani is Associate Professor of English and Graduate Coordinator at Texas A&M University, Kingsville, also a DEF CON Capacity Building Fellow this year. So Ani, our first question is just to tell us a little bit about how you've been involved in DEF CON.
Hello, everyone. So nice to meet all of you virtually. Yes, I have been involved with DEF CON. I was involved last year, where I received assistance from DEF CON to create an introduction to cultural digital humanities syllabus for our cultural studies program, which is a graduate program that we have. So what the reason why I found DEF CON really, really useful, and this year I have a capacity building fellowship grant that I can use to bring speakers onto campus or virtually to not only talk to our students, but other faculty members in our department or in other departments, but also administration. I was always very interested in digital humanities. I did my education in India up until my master's, and then came to the United States to get my PhD. That advanced, and there weren't digital projects happening. So even though I was interested, unless you became a computer science engineer, which most Americans tend to mistake me for because I'm Indian, and they get a surprise when they hear that I teach English literature. But when I came here, I just didn't know how to start working with digital humanities. And I teach at Texas A&M University, Kingsville, and this is where I got my permanent position. We are located in South Texas. 70% of our student body is Hispanic. It's a historically minority serving institution. A lot of our students are working full time. They're often single parents. So the goal is to bring opportunities to them, more information to them. And when I came here, I realized that there was room for introducing digital humanities, and the students are hungry for that information. And DEF CON gave me that support. I see Tanisha here. I've worked with Tanisha. Hi, Tanisha. She was, and my mentor last year was Ryan. who was fantastic. He gave me a lot of information, not only on how to build the syllabus, but what other things that I can do. And usually what happens when you're in a small institution, and you also lack access to resources. And the network that I could access through DEF CON, other than the project, that was funded by the fellowship, was incredibly valuable. In fact, one of my fellows, Molly Apple, we actually collaborated and had a session at the MLA on minority serving institutions. And so these are the kinds of connections that we made. And Momin is here. He's is somebody I sort of said, look, you've got to apply to DEF CON, but he was part of that panel too. So building these networks, and my experience has been, when you're at a small institution, when you take ideas about digital humanities to your administration, everybody's interested, everybody thinks it's a great idea, nobody's willing to invest. And you need to find the support from networks like DEF CON. And DEF CON also provides, the financial support is also very, very important. Even if I can go to the administration and say, look, there are grants available for this, because this is important. And this is something that our students are hungry for. And so this has been my relationship with DEF CON, and this is how I've benefited from being a part of DEF CON.
Thank you, Ani. And I just wanted to say two things. One is that, I until last year, I worked at Phillips State University, which is the institution that received the Mellon Grant. And so when I get to hear what all of you are saying about your experiences and what DEF CON has brought to your connections and your networks and your professional lives, is really exciting, because the backstory on DEF CON is essentially that, at Salem State, along with what all our PIs were doing. Tanisha was doing at Texas Southern, Sonia at New Jersey City, she was the original PI there, and Jamila at CSU Fullerton, is that, we had been trying to do all this work with nothing. We each had one person, and it was ourselves, and we were trying to make friends and on our campuses and trying to change out of the couch cushions to try and figure out how you build digital humanities programs. And so when Mellon approached us, our thought was, how can we help and use their money to help other people get to places that took us 8, 9, 10 years to build, and try and help get people there a little faster with even just what is really ultimately not a large amount of money. Obviously $3 million sounds like a lot of money, but so little money goes such a long way at the institutions where I used to work, and where our fellows and our PIs work, because we're so used to doing things with so little that a little bit of money can go a real long way. And I also want to shout out Marina Del Sol, who spoke in the last session, Tanisha McCullers, who's here, and Arithu Kanduri, who I don't think is here right now, but was this morning, who are our events committee for next year. And they said, you know what we need? We need events about how to talk to your administrators, how to talk to your deans, and how to hear from deans about how to talk to them about how to make the case for digital humanities. So you can look forward to that being part of our speaker series next year. You want to jump in?
Do you say Ani, Rupika? I think
I see your hands up. That's why.
Yeah. So I feel terrible, but I need to give a shout out to Emily Edwards, the wonderful Emily Edwards, who's my mentor this time around. And this is exactly what I was talking about. So I wanted to be able to, bring DH and information about DH and all the different possibilities of DH to campus. But, even though we are post-pandemic, there are still restrictions on travel. But working with Emily, and this is pretty much Emily practically volunteering her time, did 3 different virtual presentations on 3 different topics. And we had, for a small institution, 14, 15 people attending with faculty from different departments and students from different departments. That was just incredible. Emily, for not only being a great mentor, but also being such a trooper and doing those wonderful presentations. And Rupik has done a presentation for us too. So, hey, now that I know you guys, I'm gonna probably hook you up for virtual presentations. So be careful.
Thank you, Ani. And actually, Ritu, who's on the events committee, has just arrived. So Ritu, you got a shout out for the wonderful suggestions that you had for events for next year. Kathy, go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to a couple of things that have come up for us. It's been super important. And the whole idea of how do you speak to your administrators to get them to support what you're doing? We're running through right now in all the Cal State campuses. We're looking at an enrollment cliff like everybody is. We've seen all the demographics and data and things like that. But because we're state supported, we're really seeing it hit pretty hard because we have the UC system, and then we also have 125 community colleges in the area. So we have to do a lot of dancing on our campuses to articulate the value of digital humanities. And one of the things that we've been developing at our consortium for the CSUs is how do you speak to your administrator? And we haven't quite, that's the summer meeting, is to really develop that. 3 bullet points. You usually get 5 minutes with your dean. I happened to get 10 minutes alone with our brand new president because she came on our public art walking tour. She thought it was a really cool way to do community engagement. It's a sneaky DH project housed behind a public humanities project. And every time I see her, I have 3 bullet points that I bring up, and that's all the time I get. She'll usually respond to 1, and then she makes that 1 happen. So she's not only taken what we're doing to our local congressional representatives, she's started to look around to more tech firms and individuals to find fundraising points of interest there. And I can't stress that enough, that you get 3 bullet points you should always carry around in your back pocket, and they should be 1 sentence each, if not just 4 words. It sounds ridiculous, but having been in administration for the past 3 years, I see with my dean, I can grab her attention for a few things in an email, but don't write more than a paragraph with 3 sentences in it.
No, it's really good advice, and actually is a great segue for one of the questions that I sent you, which is around what would you like administrators to know about digital humanities and digital ethnic studies. And I just want to say one thing, picking up on what Kathy said. Sneaky is the key term. The way we sort of managed to build digital humanities at Salem State was like always trying to see like who else's money can we repurpose into digital humanities things. And I see Tanisha clapping, and I also want to, I wanted to pull you in, Tanisha, and ask you if you also, when we'll go to Nabil and Ani, and then you, and see if you have advice on talking to administrators. But it was very much about like, where is the change in the couch cushions? Who has some money somewhere, and how can we sneak it in? So at Salem State, our big strategy was, there were 2. One was around our Center for Teaching and Learning, and your equivalent Center for Teaching and Learning always had things where faculty could apply to run faculty learning communities, or they could apply to run a session at like workshops we did at the end of the year. And we would always sneak our ways into them and take their money and use it for digital humanities. And that was how we got the word out among our colleagues and built a community. Because and the thing is when you work through these existing structures at your universities, you're also tapping into things your colleagues know and expect and trust. So even though you're saying like, hey, we're going to come do digital humanities, and I'm like, what is that? And what does she want us to do? They trust the faculty learning community. It's something that has a history and a kind of cachet on the campus, so they'll get involved. So that's been a good strategy. But Nabil, if you were to want to like tell an administrator something about digital humanities, what is it that you would want to tell them?
I mean, I think that the main thing I found that my administrators might be a little bit different. I think we have a large desire by our administrators to have digital humanities stuff. And in fact, a lot of times I think that, at least for me, I have to tell them like, this is not a quick solution to structural problems in the humanities and in the larger world. So a lot of our humanities administrators are actually really big on and so this might be different, but are really big on bringing people into digital projects or having our humanities courses have digital components in them. And a lot of times they're doing it because they, are in many cases, the underlying current is that the humanities itself is somehow not useful for the students in its sort of traditional form. So I don't know if I kind of have the opposite problem where I'm oftentimes pushing against that, saying, hey, I've been working in this field for a long time and I understand, what it takes, and this is not a quick fix, and you guys are oftentimes working on it as a quick fix. So I don't know if I have a good solution for the question that you're asking about kind of how do you bring administrators into the digital humanities, because I just don't have that problem. I'm oftentimes surprisingly the one pushing back a lot of times. But I would say that our centers for teaching and learning are a good way to work, because I'm the director of our Center for Teaching and Learning. So we have projects that are designed, for example, faculty learning communities that you're mentioning. And also there's a lot of times, if you look on your Centers for Teaching and Learning, there'll be small sort of mini grants that Centers for Teaching and Learning will have for pedagogical innovation. And you can oftentimes use those to do DH work. And they're usually not that regimented on what exactly you're using that money for. So that would be one thing. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but that's sort of the reality of where I'm at.
No, I mean, it's what do you want your administrators to know? And I mean, knowing that this is not something that you build overnight is absolutely, and it's not going to solve the problem of the problems of the humanities. Like, those are really, really crucial things that they need to know. Ani, how about you? In terms of what should administrators know?
So if I'm sorry, but I'm going to address this in a roundabout way, as opposed to what the administrators need to know. I'll talk about what you need to know about how your relationship is going to be with the administrators. And I'm not saying anything that or I'm not going to say anything that's going to be a surprise to those of us who are in similar sorts of institutions. Look, they've always been positive when I've talked about projects, but not only with digital humanities, but this is whenever you're trying to build something, there is usually a lot of territoriality. And then even if fund and eventually funds can disappear and it can get really, really frustrating. And in the end, you might feel like nothing actually got done. So working with DEF CON, here are a few things that I realized. One is, and some of you may disagree with this, because I've spoken to other people and there's always a concern that we are expected to work for free. But I think it's probably something Rupika once said, or maybe there was a sort of session where Rupika was there. But it's like, look, sometimes you need to get that project going. I think Rupika said that about Separados. Like, get it going and don't worry about, where the money is coming from, because if you believe in the project, so if you believe in digital humanities, if you get some people interested, the students interested, and you get it going, and then you go, I will apply for grants. But I started a digital magazine at my institution, and essentially the students wanted it and there was no funding, even though the first issue that we brought out, the dean showed it around, but then made it clear that there was no funding. And our response was, we'll keep doing it, we'll cobble some money together or without any money, but we'll keep doing it. And now it's becoming a little more, because if it's running, it becomes a little more institutionalized. And another thing I want to tell you, and this is something that I've realized, all academics, we look into nuances, but you have upper administration where they decide on where the money is going to get invested. And then you have a lot of program directors, right? Global studies, global engagement, this and that. And many of those program directors don't have necessarily a big budget, don't have resources, don't have a staff, but they are expected to, fulfill certain goals. And they are always interested in opportunities. And sometimes they see themselves as staff, they feel that faculty don't work with them. So if you start reaching out to them, very quickly you'll find 5 or 6 people willing to work with you, and $1,000 project idea. So this is what I'm working on at my institution, where I found that there are lots of program directors who are really desperate to collaborate. And when you get that done and you have students involved, you can turn to administration and say, we're going to do this with or without you. We prefer to do it with you, because at some point you're going to want to say, yeah, this is what we decided. So go ahead and take credit for it, but it's already happening. So I don't know if that doesn't sound good, but that's kind of where I am right now.
Yes, as I said, sneaky. Be sneaky. You need to be sneaky. That is like the moral imperative here. I want to shout out to Ritu's comment about libraries, especially their experiential learning units, special collections being really wonderful places for collaboration. We couldn't have done digital humanities at Salem State if it had not been for collaboration. I worked with library. Our core team was me, Susan Edwards, Salem State archivist, and Justin Snow, Salem State Digital Initiatives librarian. Justin wasn't there when we started. It was me and Susan, and then we were able to actually make the case that when the library had a line open, that they should hire a digital initiatives librarian. And having somebody in that role really unlocked things that were like standing in our way. Like we couldn't get a server, but suddenly we had Justin, and then we had a server. It was great. But yeah, I want to turn to Tanisha and say something. I'm going to say something first. It's going to let Tanisha also tell me I'm wrong. So, in digital humanities for a long time, there's always been this idea that you have to have a center. And if you don't have a center, then you don't have digital humanities. And at Salem State, we never, and to this day still just didn't have a center. In part because I think nobody could actually figure out institutionally how a center got made. For a long time, centers were just given to people to appease them. And then the provost decided that he didn't like the appeasement, this center by appeasement process, but there was no process. And so we couldn't figure out how to get one. And now I'm at Dartmouth. Shout out to my colleague, Mark Williams, who's here today. And what's really interesting is that's an institution that I suppose conceptually could make a center happen and could probably find a donor for it, but we actually don't have one. And it's really made me think about the way that digital humanities and its center model has kind of pushed those of us doing it to feel like we need a center. And if we don't have a center, we're not doing digital humanities. Then I look at how we did it at Salem State, and I see the way that we had, people just in different pockets across the university doing digital humanities by our outreach that we did. And I look coming into Dartmouth, and I know Mark is down the hall from my office doing digital humanities, and there's people in the museum, and there's people in the library, and there's people in the other building. And in many ways, when you actually don't have a center, you actually have, and you rely on collaboration and building a kind of networked model, you actually sometimes have access to different sources of funding that you wouldn't necessarily have if there was a center with a budget, because this way you can be hey, librarians, what do you have? At Salem State, I go to the library dean and say, we have this idea, can you give us $700? And then we could go to, the School of Education dean and be can we have $700? And because we were able to pull from different budgets through collaboration, actually probably worked out better than if they had been here's your center, you have no budget. Here's your center, here's $1,000, right? But I want to turn this question over to Tanisha, who has intentionally built a center that is very exciting and wonderful, but also for advice on what on either talking to administrators or what administrators should know.
Yeah, so thank you. So when I was at Prairie View, I didn't build a center because Prairie View A&M is part of the Texas A&M Center or Texas A&M system. And the system has a rule about duplicated service for research centers. So I didn't have enough support, and I couldn't think of a way to create the Digital Humanities Center that didn't look like duplicate support to the system, because there's a huge Digital Humanities Center at A&M, at College Station, right? Which shout out to them and Laura Mendel and Amy Earnhardt, especially because they gave me so much help at the beginning when I was just trying to figure out, how do I do digital humanities and what does that look like, and how do I do that and not fall on my face? And so it was really helpful. So when I got to Texas Southern, and we got this grant, I was intentional about starting a center because it fed into what my upper administration wanted in order to maintain Research 2 status, right? And in order to create the infrastructure to go up for Research 1 in this aggressive timeline that they have for doing that I'm like, y'all, can we be reasonable about this timeline? Like there's a lot of infrastructure we need to put in place to make this happen. But because I had the support of my dean at the time, the upper administration at the time, to meet these sort of aggressive calls that they have for creating more, and the vice president of research and development said to me, we have an aggressive call to diversify academic research. To think about what she actually said. And I was like, okay. And so it all kind of fit into what they have as their narrative. So that would also go into my advice about talking to your upper administration. Like, start off with asking them, how do they envision research at your institution? And then like everybody has been saying, and especially what Ropesi's been saying, sneak your way into that, right? They already have a narrative. You know how to get yourself into that narrative if you know what the narrative is, right? I'm trained as a rhetorician, I'm a communication scholar, and so I tell everybody, know your audience, right? And the only way to know your audience is to do a little audience analysis. How do you do audience analysis? Ask them what they think. People are egocentric. If you ask them what interests them, if you ask them what they think, they will tell you. Right? And especially academics, like, we love talking about our stuff. We're so excited to talk. And administrators are the same way, right? They're going to tell you what their passion projects are, what their passion areas are, and what they think is important. And so when I did that, I was able to find out that my dean at the time, as she was an interim dean, we were hot in the middle of the pandemic, right? But she wanted to put a feather in her cap as an administrator to say that she was meeting what the university wanted in terms of this aggressive diversity of research, right? Or, and so she looked at me and was like, hey, you have a thing. And I'm like, yeah, because I was going to do it the way I'd done it before, which was no center, just like Ropesi said, I'm going to go and I'm going to walk around with a research agenda and a budget, and I'm going to beg people who have pennies on the table, because I hate unspent money. So I'm like, can I have $500? Can I have $1,000? Can this person over here have $2,000 to put with the $500 I got over here so we can have a thing? Like, it really is, it really has been like that. But I built the center because it fit the narrative that the institution wanted. And so it meant that they gave me the support to build it in terms of space, right? So the sad thing that I will say is because of DEF CON, they're like, well, you already have money, you just need space. And I'm like, well, but okay. All right, we're just gonna go with that for the moment, right?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tanisha. It's fantastic. Yes. Oh my goodness. There's so much here. It makes me want to laugh. Kathy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, I was just writing Tanisha if she would be willing to share with us the internal document for writing up the center rationale, the internal stuff that we all have to do. I just wanted to say something about constructing a center. At the 23 campuses, we have 2 centers. One is San Diego State, that's been well established through the library and through the efforts of some NEH grants, and Pam Locke is the permanent person who's dealing with that. And then at San Jose State, we got a 5-year challenge grant from the NEH to create one. It didn't come about until we got a dean who really saw the vision of digital humanities, because she went to UC Santa Barbara and is friends with Alan Liu. So she doesn't know anything about DH, but she saw that it was something that was capacious enough that we could roll a bunch of people and a bunch of faculty into it who are already doing digital humanities writ large. And I think the biggest thing that we found on SJSU's campus is don't say DH. Don't put it as a class title. Students will never sign up for it. And the center thing, it takes us so long to get a center in the CSUs. We're still working on one about artificial intelligence, and AI keeps changing every 3 days. So we have to keep changing the rationale. And I think what the center really gave us, and what I talked her into, was that we needed space to meet and collaborate. And we have 800 to 1,000 faculty just on our campus. So faculty would only come to it unless there was some external representation, digital footprint space on campus that said, here DH is authoritative and it's been given some money to do these kinds of things. So it was really a terrible way to do it, because we were all doing DH anyway. And once we hit the pandemic and we were forced to go to Canvas, everybody then, in my opinion, is doing digital humanities pedagogy. They might be doing it light, but they're still doing it. So once we hit the pandemic, it's been easier to say digital humanities to people. But it was also a very large number of cappuccinos that myself and a few other people on campus took people out to say, your work, Fire Weather Center, is digital humanities. As you assess the sociological impact of wildfires on the communities, that's digital humanities. You're collecting data. That's digital humanities. So it was it's not very efficient with people's time. But I also want to give a shout out to Tanisha about, you got 500, you got 1,000, because that's my whole job. Oh, you didn't use all that money. We got to spend it by June 1st, or it goes back to central office and they never give it back to you. So April is the month of spending on wild things. So we just keep a list in the dean's office of the cool DH stuff that we need. And we managed to amass something like $25,000 that departments didn't spend and they had to give back. So we got some really great equipment, but it's just that hustle. And I think that's part of DH, right, Tanisha? It's just like, you got to keep hustling.
Oh yeah. Like I keep a collection of, when I was at Prairie View, I kept a collection of not just what was left on the table at Prairie View, but what was left on the table in the Texas A&M system. And so I was able to get funding that way. Texas Southern is by itself. So I just run around looking for other people's money. I got money from the law school last year. They didn't spend it. Again, and you're right, administrators they suck the money back up into the provost's office and then they spend it on whatever they want. So I got new computers from the law school. Yay, law school.
So what I wanted to say is that and I learned this when I became a department chair at Salem State, is like everyone tells you there's no money for anything, but then like somehow there's money for things. You just have to you have to know that you can ask. And you have to keep asking, and you have to keep asking people, because I would be like I mean, I can't even tell, we're being recorded, so I can't even tell you stories, but there are definitely stories where I was like, oh, I thought there was no money, but it turns out like there's money. Anyway, I cannot elaborate, but it was
money than you think,
there's
right?
no money. They tell you there's no money, but then like somehow there's money. And so you just have to believe like there is money. You just have to keep asking. Now, we did start a little bit late. I do want to ask the one last question that I had posed to our roundtable lists ahead of time, because I think it's important to get this on record. And we'll go with Nabil and Ani, and then Tanisha, Kathy, if you either one of you want to both you want to jump in. What is one thing you would like funders or grant makers to know about digital humanities at regional public institutions or digital ethnic studies? More broadly, what should they know? What do we need to tell them?
I think one of the big things that I noticed is that we do a lot for the local community around us in terms of sort of cultural work and stuff like that. We oftentimes, it seems like DH at larger institutions are doing these major projects that require a lot of funding. And I found that DH at or sort of regional public universities or even regional sort of private liberal arts colleges and stuff like that, they tend to really focus a lot on having a whole bunch of people involved as best as they can. And so it becomes this sort of larger thing that the immediate grant might not make clear. And so that's what I think I would really like grant makers or funders to know, is that it really does help sort of civic engagement in many ways, or sort of civic knowledge for the community, and allows people to really have a bridge into the university that are in the surrounding area. And so that's probably the main thing I would like them to know. And I would like them to know that I'm more than happy to take their money, like if they want to provide it for me. So.
Great. Oh, did we lose Ani? We might have lost Ani. Oh no, Ani's off camera. Ani is back in a new form, in a new avatar. But let me ask Kathy. Kathy, what do we need to tell the funders, whether they're the federal funders or they're the philanthropy funders? What should they know?
One of the things that I've been doing is getting these tiny grants for 5,000 and 10,000, especially from our local California Humanities Council, which is NEH supported. And they want a gigantic amount of work for $5,000. And I'm talking, it should be a $50,000 grant just in terms of the back end work. So I couldn't pay myself and I couldn't pay a grants administrator. So we're struggling to just pay the experts, especially for pulling in community members and ethnic studies faculty and librarians and staff. These are the people who traditionally have underrepresented voices, and the funding is so small that we're not able to pay them the amount that they really should. Like the elders from some of the indigenous communities, they don't want to accept $1,000. They want it to go to their tribe's trust. There's no way that a public university in California is allowed to donate money to a trust. So we couldn't have any of the Muwekma Ohlone elders speak for us because we didn't want to pull them in for free. And that's the only way that they wanted to be paid. So we really miss out on those voices. And that's the biggest thing that I see. I also would really want funders to put in an F&A rate or an indirect or an overhead cost that's limited to 10%. Because if you let universities like the Cal States do it, my university for other programming, non-research, is 43% of any grant. Anything that's $5,000, 20%. So I expend a huge amount of emotional energy arguing with them every single time. And I have to pull in the dean, the associate dean, to argue with our research foundation about why it's inequitable for them to ask for 43% of $5,000. So if it's just on the funder's website that it's limited to 10% or 20%, then our research foundation is not allowed to take up to the 43%. And where they use that money, I saw a complex system where they said they use it and it's supposed to have a kickback to our college and to the PI, and it never does. So this would be something that would resolve the first one I talked about how to pay the people who are the most underrepresented voices that are here. So, and if y'all have a resolution to this or an argument, then I'm all ears, because I just had to argue for the 26% off-campus rate for an NEH grant, even though the NEH just posted a blog post that said it's not appropriate for you to use your research rate. Our research rate is 46%. So my research foundation was like, well, we'll give you 43%. Yeah. So that's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, always study your indirect cost negotiation contracts carefully, because sometimes your university will tell you that it has to be the highest rate, but there is an off-campus rate, and you should be able to tell them to use off-campus rate for NEH grants. Ani, we're on the last question of what would you like funders to know or grant makers to know?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep losing the connection. I'm actually in Colorado on vacation with my mom. She's getting a crash course on DH right now, sitting in the hotel room. Here's what I realized. See, I came from India, and you go to, I went to the University of Florida, which isn't like an Ivy League, but it's a large institution, 55,000 students. And then I came to Texas A&M University, Kingsville, and I love the students here. I have good relationship with certain colleagues. There are certain opportunities, but unless you've taught at a small institution, a minority serving institution, you don't know what challenges those institutions work with and the faculty work with. And so funders, and I'm sure they are, like Rupika. That's why when I talked to Rupika, and I think it was in Nebraska, and I was talking about how it's important to have some support for minority serving institutions, and Rupika at that time said, "Oh, just keep an eye out because I have something in the works." And then DEF CON happened. But I've noticed that a lot of people are surprised when I tell them that some of the things that you
Oh, I think we've lost Ani.
the kinds of proposals that you're looking for take some of those things for granted, some of those resources. Whereas you might get proposals from smaller institutions, which are very basic, saying, "Oh, I would like to set up a server," or "I would like to," but you have to understand that I mean, those resources are complete. One of the things that really struck me, I'm part of, or I was, it kind of ended recently, but we created a system-wide consortium, and we talked about race and ethnicity studies. And one of the faculty members said, "Sometimes it feels like I'm on an island." And I think funders need to understand that perspective. So that's what I would contribute to as my response to that question.
Thank you. Tanisha, you want the last word on like things that we should know?
I think I agree with everything that's already said, especially what Ani just said about funders need to understand that we're often alone, where we might have a community, but that community is coming from across 7 or 8 campuses in 5 or 6 states and 3 time zones, and sometimes not even in the country. So understanding too that, like Kathy said, we do need to be able to pay community members in different ways. I've also dealt with, especially in the Black community, where folks want to have a trust paid or a charity paid. Like, I actually had to almost threaten the life of someone once to take the freaking money. I don't care what you do with it after. Look, please just take this money. Like, let me give you this money so that my university will let me give you money again. Because they wouldn't pay the foundation that the person wanted the money to go to. So I was like, if you don't take it, they won't give it to me again. And so sometimes we also have to do that work with our community as like a separate, but if the foundations and other giving agencies understood that we need more flexibility in who we pay and how we pay them, then that would also help. And if they put that in writing, so that I don't have to argue with the vice president of research about it, or the provost office, or whomever decides they want to, have an attitude about this, then that I think helps us all, right? Because a lot of times our institutions are like, but we've never done that before. And so the never done that before gets in the way of imagining a way to do it.
that is a perfect last word. Thank you all. We will have a very short 3-minute break before the final panel, which will be spotlight on Cal State University Fullerton, who we've been talking about all day. Thank you so much, Kathy, Nabil, Tanisha, Ani. So wonderful to talk with all of you always, and to have you as colleagues and friends. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your knowledge for both our community and people who need to learn from our community. So thank you.
Thanks, Ruthie. Thank you guys for having me on the conversation. I really appreciate it and I enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you.
And if anybody's going to DH 2023, I'll see you then. I don't know if anybody's going, but
Okay, so we'll resume around 3:45 and Jamila will be moderating the next session, I believe, unless she tells me otherwise. Nisha, thank you for letting me put you on the spot because I was like, you have things to say.
Oh, you're welcome. I especially have something about how to get money out of the university.
That's why I was like, wait a minute, Tanisha's here.
But I love that you said sneaky because I'm like, that's the perfect, yeah.
Jamila, are you around? Are you alive? Uh-oh.
Her letter is still here.
I know, she is here. I haven't gotten the I can't do this message. Well, I will start by seeing if we have all our people here. So. Well, hopefully Jamila will come on and join, take over moderating, but I will go ahead and get us started. Welcome to everybody who's joining us for the final session of the DEF CON virtual annual meeting. We're delighted that you are here with us today. Thanks, Jamila. I'm Rupa Garizim. I am the principal investigator of Digital Ethnic Futures Consortium. Our team of principal investigators includes Kasia Valens at Salem State University, Jennifer Musial, Caroline Wilkinson, Sonia Donaldson at New Jersey City University, Tanisha Taylor at Texas Southern University, Jamila Moore-Pugh at Cal State Fullerton, who I will be turning over the moderation duties to for our final session, which is a spotlight on the wonderful work going on in the state of California, in the CSU system.
Thank you. And I will preface this by saying that I'm like a proud mama bird right now because I started teaching digital history as part of a digital humanities kind of initiative in 2015, 2016 at Cal State Fullerton. And over the course of these years, been trying to build out a program to support the work that we were doing in our courses, because every year students would get introduced to this, the methods, the scholarship, and they would say, I want to do more. And for a while, we had to basically develop that structure to support them in doing more. So the panel that you're going to, that I'm about to introduce, is the panel that was able to benefit from a lot of the capacity building that we were able to do over the last few years. And at least 2 of the panelists completed their master's degrees at California State University, Fullerton, by producing fully digital MA projects. So I'm going to introduce each of the panelists, as well as my colleague who'll be joining me for the final roundtable discussion of today's virtual annual meeting, all at once, so that all the introductions are out of the way. Marbella Valeriano is an incoming CSUF history master's student with an interest in digital and public history. And for the past year, she has served as a research associate with CSUF DEF CON, where she contributes to all aspects of our capacity building initiatives. And she serves as the data curator on the Networked OC project, which she will share more about. Diana Chang recently graduated from California State University, Fullerton, where she earned her master's degree in history by completing the fully digital MA project, Digitizing Historic Wintersburg. She is also an early career research fellow with CSUF DEF CON, working with Dr. Nick Henning to digitize and disseminate a small collection of historical Black Panther Party materials and art held at the State Library in Sacramento, California. And then disseminate these to a K-12 audience. Sally High is a recent graduate from Cal State University, Fullerton, where she earned her master's degree in public history. Her research focuses on the Chinese Vietnamese refugees and the ethnotaxonomy within this population. And Dominic Guerrero, who will make up the final part of the first panel, is a current master's student in history at Cal State University, Fullerton, where he is completing a digital project documenting the cultural memory of the Cristero War. Following this session, we'll have more of a roundtable discussion with myself and Dr. Lawana Richmond about Black digital futures in California. Dr. Lawana Richmond serves as an organizational development and training manager for Triton Auxiliary Programs and Services at UC San Diego. That is by day. By night and every other hour in between, Dr. Richmond wears a variety of hats. She's co-founder and organizer of the Afrofuturism Lounge at San Diego's Comic-Con and Afrofuturism Dream Tank. She's also president of the Democratic Women's Club of San Diego and treasurer of Detour Empowers, a nonprofit supporting teen girls' academic and economic success. Her current passion is Afrofuturism as a framework for critical thinking, destigmatizing intellectualism in the African diaspora, and nation building. So now I'm going to turn it over to Marbella, who's going to start off the student panel.
Hello, can you see my screen? Yes. Okay. So my name is Marbella. Hello, everyone. And I will be talking about Networked OC, Recreating the Past. Recreating the Past is a project centered on the community of Little Texas, and it is part of a larger project, Networked OC, which focuses on Black-owned businesses in Orange County, California. So what is Little Texas? Little Texas is a community that existed in 1950 Santa Ana of Orange County Black residents. And it was called Little Texas because the residents migrating to the area were from Texas. Gathering data. So my work on this project began with the Digital History Practicum course taught by Dr. Pugh. My team was assigned to gather data on the residents of Little Texas. While gathering our data, we realized that our local archives did not contain information on the community that existed and made an impact in Orange County. We relied heavily on oral histories and from the residents of Little Texas on a Sanborn map from 1949, as well as newly released census data. We also used directories at archives and special collections at CSUF, but mainly to pinpoint the addresses and locations that were mentioned in the oral histories. Telling a story. So with the data we gathered, we created the first ever visual representation of Little Texas. Traditional maps, especially those of Orange County, focus on destinations and curated spaces, and recreating the past map centers the Black community in 1950 Santa Ana. The lives and the stories of the Black residents are the main focus. Through digital technologies, we are featuring a community that has been forgotten and erased from local history. Involving the community. I had the opportunity to showcase our map at a Juneteenth event where I explained what each feature on the map represents. And being a OC local, I was not surprised when a lot of the residents told us that they did not know this history. And so being able to share these stories with the community was rewarding because they can reimagine the spaces in which they inhabit. Additionally, I was able to get feedback from current residents, which will be implemented on our updated map. And this is extremely important because we must represent the community's past with their consent, their suggestions, and their approval. So what's next for this project? We would like to add Black-owned businesses that existed in 1950 Santa Ana. And yes, Black-owned businesses existed in that time, as well as businesses frequented by the Black residents in order to visualize the circulation of the Black dollar. We would also like to add Black serving institutions and community partners such as churches. Currently, we are searching for images of Little Texas residents. While gathering our data and building our map, our team hoped to add images of the residents to correlate with the buildings in which they resided in. And we looked for images and these businesses, and we found that they were very few. Traditional image archives did not have the images we were seeking, and even digital archives hosted by well-known sites did not contain images that we needed. So we had to look at other sites for images, sites such as HistoryPin and Pinterest that are non-traditional archives that are built by community. And finally, we are gathering data on Little Texas residents from the 1940 census because we want to determine population increase, Black dollar circulation, and other information. And that's all I have to say.
Hey, hi everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see this? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so hi, my name is Diana Chang. I am a recent graduate at Cal State Fullerton. I have a master's degree in history, and as a budding public and digital historian, I'm really happy to be here. So thank you so much. So my graduate project is titled Digitizing Historic Wintersburg, and it is a digital.
Sorry, Diana, there's just something blocking a portion of your screen.
Oh, is that the, there, is that better?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So it is a digital heritage preservation project designed to serve as a digital inventory for digitized and born digital assets in an effort to offer an alternative mode of preservation for the endangered historic site, Historic Wintersburg. And Historic Wintersburg is a rare surviving example of land that was owned by Japanese Americans prior to the enactment of the Alien Land Laws of 1913 and 1920, which prohibited ethnic minorities from owning land and becoming citizens. So this endangered historic site is a testament of pre-World War II Japanese American heritage, and it has been hidden by fencing and has been obscured by overgrowth for a number of decades. Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
So in addition to being an endangered historic site, Historic Wintersburg is also a contested space. The property was sold in 2004 to Republic Services, which is a private waste management corporation that happens to be located right next door to the site. Soon after the sale, local historians, preservation groups, Japanese American associations, and community organizations fought to highlight the historical and cultural significance of the site. Their preservation efforts halted attempts of demolishing the site structures and preventing Republic Services' intentions of turning the site into public storage units. The company has resorted to leaving the property in a state of deterioration. Over the years, there has been numerous reports of vandalism and trespassing. So the plight of Historic Wintersburg really emphasizes the need for an alternative to the traditional methods of historic preservation. Sadly, this is even more apparent in recent events. In the early morning of February 25th, 2022, a fire started and burned down the 112-year-old manse. The 1910 Wintersburg Japanese Mission was located adjacent to the manse and was only slightly damaged by the fire, but Republic Services crossed the street and bulldozed it down. So Orange County lost one of its oldest Japanese missions and historic manse all in one day. The remaining structures include the 1934 Wintersburg Japanese Presbyterian Church, as you see in this slide. It's at the foreground of the fire that occurred behind. And the 1912 home and barn of the Fruta family and the Fruta family's post-war home. The urgency to preserve historic Wintersburg looms large. At risk is the loss of one of the few remaining physical connections to an important part of Japanese American pioneering history in Orange County. So my project, Digitizing Historic Wintersburg, sets out to offer a feasible and sustainable option to protect in digital form the physical footprint of this endangered historic site and its history. In the first phase of the project, I constructed a digital repository pooling data into a single location to facilitate future research and educational programs. Using digital tools allowed me to collect multisensory data, including primary sources such as oral histories and images, and secondary sources such as images, videos, maps, census records, film, city reports, and survey assessments. The method I used to sort the data was based on how the data was accumulated. So in this slide, you can see a snippet of the captured data, which is data that is already available for public use. There's acquired data, which refers to the data that I received permissions from owners for acquisition. And there's created data, which is data that I created for the project. And here is one example where I created a video where I recorded myself walking the perimeter of historic Wintersburg to capture the state of this endangered historic site as it is to the public today. And the reason for this type of organization was to promote transparency and to provide a better understanding of what data on or related to historic Wintersburg is currently available. To demonstrate the reuse potential of this data collection, I also developed an interactive timeline and a prototype mapping project. The timeline presents a condensed history of the Fruta family as a pioneering Japanese American family. It utilizes captured and archival images, film, and an oral history from Yukiko Fruta, who owned the property along with her husband, Charles Fruta. To create the timeline, I used Timeline.js, which is a free open source tool, and it also provided a Google Sheet template, which I used to organize the metadata. For my prototype mapping project, I named it Japanese American Pioneers of Orange County. I created the map to demonstrate the use of the multimedia in a way that underscores the importance of placeness in sharing this history. The Google Earth web mapping program was free, easy to learn, and easy for users to navigate. I organized data on a Google spreadsheet and uploaded images and links to oral histories directly onto Google Earth. I also liked that the software supported story creation within an immersive 3-dimensional landscape. These two assets highlight the reusability of the data collected in this project and encourage the creation of additional digital projects and exploration into a variety of interpretive possibilities. So in building the website, I opted for software and digital tools that were low cost and sustainable. I relied on Git, GitHub, Wax, and Visual Studio Code. Git is a software tool that archives the history of changes made to data files. It is a free and open source system. GitHub is a hosting platform that houses open source repositories that have been developed using Git. GitHub is a subsidiary of Microsoft and is a secure and established service for software development projects. Sorry. Wax is a website creation tool and operates on minimal computing, which makes it low maintenance and more cost-effective to use. It also afforded me the ability to manage the metadata records on my data collection separately from the presentation of that data collection. This feature facilitates future reuse and collaboration opportunities with my collection. And lastly, Visual Studio Code is what you see on the slide, is a free text processor that I use to run coding commands onto Wax. And my verdict on working with Wax is that it was very challenging. Despite studying multiple tutorials, I found that the program had a very high learning curve, probably exacerbated by my limited knowledge of programming code. And so I was incredibly fortunate to have the help from software engineer Ford Tain, AKA my husband, and from digital humanities developer RJ Ramey. Despite these challenges, Wax granted me the ability to develop a fairly polished and accessible collections website within a limited time frame. And I'm excited to share that the next phase of my project is an expansion of my digital inventory and mapping project. In the recent months, I've been developing a physical exhibit for Crystal Cove State Park, which features the stories of 5 individuals from a farming community that resided in that area before World War II. And as I was sifting through the oral histories, I was ecstatic to find one interview where the interviewee makes connections to the congregation of the 1910 Wintersburg Japanese Mission. And so I will be incorporating that data, oral histories, and images from that exhibit into my project's database, and using my mapping project, expanding it to really highlight the spatial relations between these 2 Japanese American communities. And to learn more about digitizing historic Wintersburg and about me, I offer this shameless plug to my digital portfolio, which provides links to this site and to other projects that I've been working on. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing all of that, Diana. Hi, everyone. So I'm Sally. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Let's see. All right. Hopefully nothing is blocking. Sorry if it is. All right, so I just want to take the time and thank you to all of our speakers and panelists and everyone who organized this event today. It's people like you who really help pave the way, especially at the administrative level, for students like me to benefit from and create digital projects like this. So big warm thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce my project, but before I do that, I wanted to talk a little bit about archives, because that's the theme of our panel today. And when we think about archives, at least for me, I think of a place, right? It is a physical place that we go to to conduct research, and it holds all these documents and artifacts and things like that. So it's a physical place, and typically it might include objects that are local to a particular area. So I'm thinking about all of those historical societies and their archives that they have that focuses on local history, right? But for things like my project I'll introduce, it becomes really difficult to imagine it in this traditional sense of an archive, because the stories that I'm really highlighting here today, it's very diverse and vast. It spans across the globe. So I just want to have that in the back of our minds while I talk about my project. So my project, it is titled Migration and Ethnicity, Living Stories of Nye in the West. And it is a digital story map. I used ArcGIS Story Map to capture this. It's really drawing parallels between migration and a particular ethnic group that I focus on, which is the Nye. And the Nye are an ethnic group from Vietnam, and they have ancestry from China, and they have this really long migration history from China to Vietnam. And then after the Vietnam War, many left the country as refugees, part of that Vietnamese refugee population, right? And I'm really tracing those stories of this sub-ethnic group in Vietnam and where they ended up in. So they ended up in Western countries such as the United States, Australia, Canada, and the UK. So this is what I define in my project as Western countries. But when I first started researching this topic, I realized there was almost no sources available to me when I did the traditional research through our OneSearch from our university library, right? So I just looked up for sources about the ethnic Nye from Vietnam, and then also where they are now and today. And I generated like relatively really little sources. I think there was just one main journal article about the Nye. And with that, I realized it was important that I gather their stories, because when I did like Google searches, of course, I found people posting their stories about their Nye background on places like Facebook and Facebook groups, and also in Reddit posts, right? So there's a lot of forum posts. There's also a lot of blog posts from people from this Nye background talking about their experiences growing up in these Western countries and how their ethnicity was important to them, and how growing up Nye, they realized they were a little bit different than other Chinese people that they grew up with. So it really highlighted these nuances about their identity and also the relationship with ethnicity. So as a historian, I realized, because there's no sources that really, there's no collection or a main central hub of information where I can pull these information from, I had to create it myself. So what I had done was collected all of these stories I found online through, I call them cultural data because they are social media posts, Reddit posts, things like that. And I gathered all of this cultural data, put it on my own little spreadsheet. And with that, I was able to create a map like this that I'm showing on the screen here. And it is basically a geographic map, but it plots where the narrator of the stories are from, attached with the stories themselves. So maybe I can just show us here so we can actually interact with it. So for example, like we have stories from people from Canada talking about their Nye background, and it links to the actual source itself. So I was finding like these sources to be really important, and generating it onto this map really helps highlight that, highlight the fact that they're dispersed geographically. So, but also showcasing their experiences, right? So we have the context with also the data points. Yeah, and so that's kind of what I did. This is one aspect of my project. There are other aspects to my project as well, where I actually interviewed people from this background, and I did other types of research, looking at particularly things like Google Trends, seeing who else was Googling this topic. It wasn't just me, it was other people across the globe and things like that. Yeah, so I wanted to just wrap it all up by revisiting what I talked about earlier about that idea of how an archive is a place, right? And with my project's topic on this ethnic group that's so geographically dispersed, it becomes really difficult to envision this in a traditional archive that's grounded in a place, because these people don't live in a particular region. It's across the globe, right? And so their stories are not only online through these born digital sources, such as their blog posts and social media posts, and also their comments on YouTube. I'm also noticing the community itself, they network online as well. So we're building our own little community through places like Discord. And it only seems fitting that their history is also documented and preserved in this digital space as well. So that's all I have to share with you. Thank you again.
Hi everyone, my name is Dominic and I'm a graduate student at Cal State University Fullerton. I'm currently working on my digital project that I'm introducing today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my project while I'm building the digital project. And then the name of my digital project is Visualizing the Cristiada or Cristero War from 1926 to 1941. And this here is a screenshot of the digital project as it what it currently looks like. And I'm going to give you a small background as to the history behind my project. The Cristero War or the Cristiada was a widespread struggle that between the Roman Catholic Church and the state, encompassing the central western Mexican states, that killed in the first 3 years of war, killed approximately 90,000 people, with the government sustaining casualties about 2 to 3 times those of the Cristeros. In 1926, relations between the Roman Catholic Church and the state worsened, and churches suspended religious worship in protest of anti-clerical policies of President Plutarco Diaz Calles' administration. On July 31st, 1926, President Calles called for the public to follow what became known as the Calles Laws on July 2nd, 1926, in which the 1917 Constitution gave the state control over the clerical profession. Church officials had no right to maintain corporate-like real estate, schools, convents, and monasteries. Also, foreign priests had no right to defend themselves publicly or in court. Its clergy was forbidden to wear clerical garb and celebrate public and religious ceremonies or engage in politics. The Cristero War was a multi-level conflict, a local and regional guerrilla war, and a transnational diplomatic dispute. It took place between 1926 to 1929 and saw a flare-up during the mid-1930s with a smaller war that occurred known as La Segunda, which continued on from 1931 to 1941. Now, the purpose of my digital project is to create an inclusive and interactive website using NVivo software, Mapbox, Felt, Flourish, Timeline.js, and all displayed on the WordPress website, in order to visualize key social and cultural data about this war, the Cristero War, including visualizing the migration patterns and documenting the collective memory in Mexico and in the US through oral histories, journals, photographs, newspapers, public art, popular music such as corridos, family and community archives. And this Thank you. And I would just like to say thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to share my project with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabea, Diana, Sally, and Dominic. So now I wanted to just open it up to some questions that others may have to the panel. And I also have some questions. Well, all right, I'll kick things off. So I wanted to ask you, because I think what's obviously you all are coming from the same discipline. Oh, wait, I will let Marina ask first. Marina, I defer to you.
I can ask my question when you're done.
Oh, no, you go ahead. They hear enough from me.
I felt like I am amazed at how extensive all these projects are, and I'm jealous because I've been working on my own project and it's going so slow. And so I was curious, one, about how does your projects, are they connected to larger projects? And what allowed you to create such extensive bodies of work, all of you? Very impressive.
Yeah, I can start by just sharing that the topic of my project actually stemmed from my own interest into my family background. My dad is actually Nye, and so I actually didn't know this until he shared this with me sometime when I was an undergrad. And when I was an undergrad studying history, I realized, oh, I want to dig deeper into my own family history. And that's when I discovered there was no sources about it. So this project really started years ago when I was an undergrad, and I wrote papers, and whichever opportunity I had for a class to write about this subject, I did. And so from there, I really built from that original, I think it was, I can't remember what year it was. COVID really messed with my brain and my timeline. But yeah, so it wasn't just something that I did when I started my grad program. It started way before that.
I can go next if that's okay. Regarding my project of visualizing the Cristero War, it also started for me during undergrad. I primarily started during a class I did with digital humanities in my undergraduate work, having to do with looking at my own family history, and I discovered that my family had fled one of the primary states in this war, the state of Jalisco, and they fled to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and they ended up working in Bethlehem Steel during the time frame of this war. So I started investigating it further, and I have been able to uncover more information in terms of photographs and visual material, as well as oral histories and other digital sources that I'm able to incorporate in this project that I'm currently doing. So it's been a very informative process in terms of learning more about this war, and especially that because in my experience, especially because this war deals with religion, especially Roman American Catholics and people in general, this is a sort of a forgotten war in terms of what people know about this war. It's usually just within the central western states of Mexico that people know about this war, or through family histories that I've been able to incorporate into my project, that people talk about this war, but it's not something that's widely known outside of Mexico and outside of academia. So this is the reason why I decided to do a digital project in terms of using a website to try to, bring interest and further understanding than a traditional thesis or a paper.
Okay, I guess I'll go next.
Anyone else want to take on that question?
So my interest really started when I was going through the graduate program. I was taking a intro to public history course, and I was really interested in the conversations we had about space and what that means to the community. And so, I've been living in Huntington Beach. Historic Wintersburg is located in Huntington Beach, formerly known as Wintersburg. Or this one area. But anyways, I've been living here for a while, and historic Wintersburg is really just 2 blocks down from where I lived, and I had no clue that it existed all the time. And so I think I found out about historic Wintersburg through a neighborhood walking app, Clio. And, I was like, hey, this is actually really close to where I live. And then I started digging, and I realized, wow, this is such important, this is a lot of important history that we're like missing. And so, as I had said, the traditional forms of trying to preserve this space has been really met with a lot of resistance. And I know that the state of affairs is, it's a race against time, right? These buildings are just kind of left out there. And so I really felt that the, digital heritage preservation project would serve this project in a more beneficial way. So yeah, thanks.
So I kind of forced myself to do digital humanities. I've always considered myself a Luddite. I've been afraid of technology, but I was at my last semester of my undergrad, and I saw that there was a digital humanities course, and I said, you know what, you got to do it. So I pushed myself into digital humanities. So it was there in that course that I encountered Little Texas and the Networked OC project. And my connection to it is that I'm a OC local. I grew up in Southern Orange County, but I had no idea about this history. So when this came up in the course, I was really surprised, because for me, Santa Ana has always been the large Latino population in Orange County, because where I grew up, there's a very, very small population of Latino residents. So Santa Ana was that hub for me. So to learn this history and all these stories was really surprising. And I'm just very happy to be part of this project. Jennifer?
So I think it's interesting that so many of you chose to pursue a digital humanities kind of project for a master's degree, having been exposed to it as undergrads. It didn't make you run away. And that's actually where I wanted to lead this question into. Earlier today, in an earlier panel, some professors were talking about the difficulty of teaching the tech to students and the kind of learning curve that's involved in that. And I heard so many of you talk about this moment of resistance or difficulty where learning the tech, or I think Diana, maybe you were the one who was saying that learning the programming language was a challenge, and it was like this hurdle or hill you had to climb. What made you stick with that and push through it and persevere rather than saying, forget it, I'm going to do a traditional MA thesis, written text-based?
Well, for me, it was kind of too late. I had faced no, but really, I mean, I think I wanted to pursue this because of the greater concept of, at least for my project, right? It was really hinged on this idea of offering an alternate mode of preservation, of granting more access, public access to this information, and to engage in a new dialogue that expands beyond, traditional academia. So that's why I stuck with it.
And just to piggyback off what Diana said, I did have some difficulties in terms of learning how to install plugins, especially using WordPress, because WordPress is so robust in terms of its complexity. But once you get the hang of it, there's so many tutorials on the internet with regards to what to use. For example, I use a plugin to move a certain text and certain images in and out of the website. I use Elementor, and it's basically a free plugin that you install into WordPress that allows you to do a lot of the functions and makes it kind of easy to do instead of having to learn all the traditional programming language and all the background that you normally would have to struggle with doing WordPress. So I'm grateful for that, being able to making sort of ease of use in terms of how quickly you can sort of set up your website by yourself with minimal experience in terms of web design. But in terms of how I ended up choosing digital humanities for my project, well, we had the COVID pandemic, and the COVID pandemic sort of threw everyone into as we were talking about in this previous one of the previous talks, everyone sort of was pushed into digital humanities, whether they wanted to or not, whether they wanted to or not, digital humanities was happening. And the thing that interests me about digital humanities is that now everything we do, sort of whether we want to or not, involves a computer. And whether or not traditional scholarship is headed in that direction in terms of history, and but I think of it as this way, as being that websites are a way for people to access more information than traditional archives, in terms of actually physically going to those places and then having all those restrictions that normally come with the archive itself, versus being able to just click on a website and scroll and read the information, or look at a timeline and go through it. So in terms of ease of use and access, I think digital humanities is sort of paving that way for people to have more access to traditionally archive-based materials, in terms of using the internet as a form of communication. So I hope that answers the question.
I wanted to throw a question out there because I think that all of you kind of, came from these different particular stories that you're telling about different ethnic communities. Some of the stories, as you've mentioned, either the archives aren't there, it doesn't even physically exist on the landscape anymore. In Diana's case, it's an endangered site. So I wonder if you can tell, or maybe have you thought about how did you already had those kind of traditional research methods in your kind of toolkit. How did kind of using or engaging digital tools, technologies, and practices, how did it impact your engagement then with the ethnic stories that you were looking to tell with those communities? Or did it enhance or change or in any way impact then the stories that you were telling?
Yeah, I can start off with this question. For my project in particular, because I wasn't able to find the traditional sources that we do in history in our discipline and all of our traditional methods of research, I had to pivot a lot and basically go where the sources were, and that was through social media and things like that. And so with the fact that this community community exists online, being able to create a digital project just felt more suitable. Because otherwise, like, I don't think I could tell this story in the traditional narrative through like a thesis paper. Just because also this history, and also when we think of archives and who archives are for and things like that, like this project exists for the community itself. And that's why it's like a public facing digital project, right? And another thing I just wanted to add was I was able to do like the secondary source research and the secondary literature and everything, but to create and generate more data and more sources for this group, what I had done was created a online survey, right? And I sent out the survey through Outreach, which is not necessarily something that we do often in history. I feel like what we do in history, we sit behind our desks and right away on a computer, or we go into archives and we're just conducting our own individual research, right? This one was very collaborative. I had to reach out, talk to community members and conduct those interviews, do this survey. And then with all that survey data, it was a lot of qualitative data, but I had to break that down and do some data analysis, right? Which we don't think that historians necessarily do, but we do. And yeah, so I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. So yeah, hopefully that answered the question. I don't know if anyone else wanted to jump in.
So if I remember the question, it was how did these technologies enhance the storytelling of these ethnic populations? Yes, okay. So for our project, it visualizes the population that is non-existent, right? This community does not exist in Santa Ana anymore. So the digital tools allows us to visualize and actually have something, right? Because it is public facing, to show the community, the audiences, this is what it looked like. This is where they lived. This was their lives. So I think that is something that couldn't be told through traditional methods of academia. So that's all I got to say.
I have a question. Can I jump in?
Right.
My question,
yeah, please.
My question is, do you know where, so the people left, but do you have any idea where the people went? Or is there a history of like, who were the people, like names of people that lived there? And do you know where they went? I'm curious.
We do have names. We haven't really been able to track it because that census data is not available, right? The 1950s census data was just released. And a lot of the community that left did not leave like, oh, hey, I'm going this way, or but we've been trying to track leads to see where they went, and more importantly, what caused them to leave.
Because as well, have you thought about like identifying like in the period when they left, like how old would their descendants be now? Like if you assume that they reproduced, how like their kids are like how old?
Well, the oral histories went all the way through the 1980s, but a lot of them were not related. And so it's just like we have to try to track down the names of the children. But we haven't really done that yet. But we do have a list of people.
Do you know too, like what, like, have you tracked like what social organizations, let's say there's like churches that lots of people were a member of, or like different fraternal organizations?
Yeah, we're trying to create those relationships with the churches and those organizations, because a lot of it is building trust, right, with those, with the community, especially with the history of academia and ethnic communities or ethnic minorities. It's not always great. So we have to build that trust first, especially because a lot of this history is with the elders, and they're not always on social media. You have to establish that relationship first, so that then you can do those phone calls, do those meetups, and actually get to those conversations. So we are currently trying to establish those relationships.
There's a digital humanities program at Georgetown, and it has to do with like Georgetown's history with a group enslaved persons that were like sold to other places, right, on behalf of the church. But they have a group that's like their descendants. I'm going to put a link for you in there. Maybe it's helpful to you.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Maribel.
We also just got a hot tip on this project from Dr. Taylor. And I said to her, you know what? We never thought to look for people from Little Texas in Texas. But I don't know if you want to just share.
Yeah, just quickly, because I've done oral histories, one of the DH projects that I have is the oral histories of women who worked or attended Prairie View A&M. And in there, I actually have oral histories of people who talk about their family members moving to California in that time period that you're looking at. And so it never occurred to me, but you might want to check out Prairie View A&M and Texas Southern for their public archives, because they stayed in contact with a lot of those alum, especially the ones that went out there during the World War II period, because a lot of them went out there to work as engineers and also military personnel, particularly from Prairie View. And so you may find some things in there. You also might find some things in their collections, just their institutional collections related to how the university recruited people, because both universities actually, after Texas residents, they're still their either number one or number two recruitment area is California and Chicago. And so they tend to have a really strong connection with folks in Orange County, because the 10 ends out there. So you basically drive straight from Houston and end in Los Angeles. And then people either went north or they went south down to Orange County.
Very cool. Thank you. Yeah, and we, and that's definitely one of the areas that we can definitely look more into. Nick, Dr. Nick Henning asked, and I think you all kind of touched a little bit on this, but maybe you can expand, is what are important lessons you are learning in partnering with local communities and different community members in creating and continuing your DH projects?
I'm gonna kind of address the whole thing about what Marbella said about building trust. Because what I found was when I was, reaching out to different institutions and different historians and, archives for data to, collect for my project, I did face some resistance from some groups that I didn't think I would face resistance. And, it was particularly the current Wintersburg, the current Wintersburg Japanese American church, but now they're relocated to Santa Ana. And, there was that trust issue, because I think, in the past, they've had issues with, losing rights to that data and having that data possibly misused. And so, earning trust is a big factor. I am in contact with the Heritage Museum of Orange County, who are now the stewards of Historic Wintersburg. And I also am in contact with Preserve OC, who have also been invested in trying to preserve the site. But with Heritage Museum of Orange County, I was able to attend a meeting with different Japanese American organizations, and just to be in the meeting and listen to their concerns, and is very enlightening. So yeah.
Yeah, and for myself with my project, I have been fortunate enough that when I did reach out to people by direct messaging, they responded and were very open and happy to speak with me. And from there, I've actually made a lot of friends, and we've created a Discord channel where it's continuing to grow today. Someone just joined it like literally earlier this morning. So it makes me really happy that we're all being able to come together and have this space on Discord to facilitate these conversations about our ethnic identity and some of the relations to our culture and the different experiences that we had living where we live. So my biggest takeaway working on a project on this community is just making sure that I am in contact with them, that I have conversations with them, asking them, like, as my project continues to grow, there's some other plans. I'm partnering with someone else who's going to do some portraitures for my project, and we're making sure that we have sit-down conversations with them and asking them important questions of what are some of the goals that they have for this project, and also what they want to be like, what voice or message do they want to be shown on these types of projects. So with the portraiture project, we are going to do like a sit-down Zoom conversation with individuals where we ask them, like, what does it mean to you to be Nye, and kind of elaborate on those ideas and facilitate those conversations. So when I did my thesis project, there was two main things that came out of it when I had interviews with them, and it was making sure that the history is not only visible, but also discoverable, because they wanted to make sure that this information, they can access it and also easily access it by Googling like ethnic Nye in the United States, right? Being able to see that on Google and click it and visit all of that information. So just making sure that I'm in constant communication and in contact with them, and making sure that I am actively listening as well.
Yeah, in terms of my project, I think I could relate to Diana in terms of asking traditional archives to let me borrow some of their digitized materials. Sometimes you have to, really, present what you're trying to do and trying to be aware that these are, materials that belong to an institution, and you're asking to borrow them to put them on the internet when they haven't been traditionally seen as, digital materials that are used in a digital project. But even though they were tad hesitant, in the end, they were more than happy to let me borrow their materials to use for my digital project. So I'm very grateful to the institutions that have allowed me to use their materials, whether it be from traditional archives from special collections at universities, or from people themselves who have interviewed, who have graciously said, of course, we let you borrow pictures of our family members. That's no problem, as long as, you show us what you're doing with them, and we would like to see your project. Or from historians themselves who have reached out across the United States that specialize in this area of Mexican history, who have been more than gracious and willing to listen to what I'm trying to do in terms of this digital project, and are very interested in terms of this digital project, because they express that there's not that many Latin American history projects, digital projects within digital humanities themselves. And the fact that I picked a war that's very has reached a certain level of interest in the Latin American state and Latin American history, especially in Mexico and the United States. There's quite a number of material written about it, but not in terms of doing a digitally created project. So a lot of institutions are very interested in terms of what I can do to create a website to talk about this specific war that only mentioned either in university courses or through family histories that people talk about, but not as openly. Even within Mexico itself, this history is not is very briefly mentioned in Mexican history courses in Mexico itself. It's still a very sort of cultural taboo subject, especially that it was a religious persecution of Mexican Catholics. So it's still very, very fresh and very taboo in that sort of sense.
So I've learned two things. One of them is that it takes time to build the relationships with the community, especially if you're outside of the community. And two, network, get yourself out there. Because you never know when a lead will take you somewhere else, right? Or the suggestions that people offer, their thoughts, can really help further your project that much more.
Thank you. And I think we have time for our last question, which will come from our CSUF DEF CON fellow Susan Shamasu. But Susan, just before you ask your question, I just wanted to give a shout out to Kasia Valens, who's DEF CON co-PI at Salem State and is like phenomenal in making sure that all of our money goes where it needs to go. So nice to see you, Kasia. Susan.
Yeah, so thank you all so much. The presentations were incredible and super amazing. And I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts for both Sally and Diana. So Sally, I don't know, this is actually the first time I've heard of the NIE community. So it was really informative and I really enjoyed, learning about your work. And I teach Asian American psychology here on campus. And one of the projects that my students do is they do interviews with different communities that are maybe not as well known within the API kind of, umbrella. So if there are ever a time when maybe folks that you've contacted might be open to being interviewed, I do have an archive that I'm working on with the library to have at this point, about 25 different API communities interviews included into like a digital archive. So if ever there are folks that maybe are interested in being interviewed or would be open to that, please let me know. And then Diana, I was going to say, I'm so sorry to hear about your experience with Wintersburg. I probably know some of the people that you've had those experiences with. One might be my sister. So, I really, sorry to hear that. I will share a little bit just as a Japanese American. One of the things that I have noticed with our community, and I don't know if you talked with folks at JANM or anything like that, but one thing I have noticed is that sometimes when folks are working on different projects and people aren't sure how the data is going to be used or who's going to be kind of the owner of it, that they have a lot of fear around, I don't know, I've seen different like books that were published that people made a lot of money off of, that, kind of were about the stories of Japanese Americans. So I think that experience is probably what's colored the community's response. And so I just wanted to say, I'm really sorry to hear that that happened to you. And, I am kind of very aware of, I want to say like the level of concern that different community members have about releasing their information. So, if there is anything that I can do to help, bridge some of that, I do know, like my sister who's done work on the church Christian side, I guess, of it. And she's a librarian. And then I think I still have some connections at Wintersburg Church, like the current church. So, but yeah, again, I'm sorry to hear that. And, I think you have an amazing project and it's wonderful what you're doing.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly respond and say
Thank you, Susan, for sharing.
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you out loud.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine. I think, yeah, thank you, Susan, for sharing that. And thank you, everyone, for, sharing your projects with us. And we look forward to continuing to follow your work as it develops. I'm going to switch gears now to the final conversation of the day, which is a roundtable discussion featuring my colleague, Dr. Luana Richmond, and I. And we really want to invite everyone to jump into this conversation around, I know that it does have the words California in it, so we didn't want to be discriminate against any other geographies, but I think the concepts and the things that we're looking at could be, have implications for other projects, other places. So the concept of home and its constituent elements, belonging and ancestry, have always been tenuous concepts to embody for many Black American communities, especially those in states like California, where the shrinking Black population hovers just under 6% and is largely concentrated in about 3 urban areas throughout the state. Life within these cities is often unsettled by rising real estate prices, a lack of intergenerational financial planning, locational advantages that lead to gentrification and other forms of displacement. Housing insecurity, systemic racism, and police brutality. So how then do Black Californians continue to carve out spaces for themselves in cities where belonging remains elusive, ancestry is complicated, and home is always in question? Or as a former Compton resident, Billy Ross, shared with NPR's All Things Considered, quote, "We got to leave our communities." You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't have a lot of other groups having to make that decision. You got to leave your community to be okay, end quote. So in this roundtable, we want to highlight works in progress that Dr. Richmond and I are both working on that engage the concept of home through digital placemaking, VR chat, and other digital practices. And our goal is to expand the narrative of Afrofuturism into rich media and virtual reality environments and engage speculative frameworks to increase self-efficacy, self-determination, and a sense of agency among contemporary Black communities. We also invite you to join with us in exploring how digital technologies can be used to reimagine the concept of home and create safe and empowering virtual spaces for the communities that you work with. Furthermore, we invite you to continue thinking about how other forms of extended realities and Black digital futures can be harnessed to challenge existing power structures and create Black futures that are livable, knowable, and possible even beyond the digital. And so I'm gonna, what I would think we were gonna do is just do a few minutes. Dr. Richmond's gonna share some of her works in progress, and then I'll share a couple works in progress, and then we'll open it up to further conversation.
Guess I should start, huh? I'm gonna share my screen. Everyone see my screen okay? And can you hear me? That's the other part.
I hear you.
Okay, and you see the screen.
I see your screen.
Perfect.
We see the...
Okay, so I'm Dr. Luana Feriali Richmond. I'm the CEO and founder of Grioneers Inc. and Feriali Inc. And I was going to give you a little bit of background and then tell you where I'm going with the work that I'm doing. So I wanted to start, since we were talking about home, I wanted to get real focused on the definition I was using. So this is from the Cambridge Dictionary, and it's someone or something's place of origin or the place where a person feels like they belong. And I think that, one of the things that's come up recently in the DEI work is adding the B for belonging. Because, it started off, diversity was enough, and then there was a question of equity, and then it was about inclusion. But then if a person doesn't feel like they belong, then we're still not hitting the mark. I deeply embrace the principles of Afrofuturism. For those of you who don't know, there are a bunch of definitions, but for me, it's in alignment with Sankofa, which takes the principle of taking the past and the present and the future and kind of connecting them. It's usually symbolized by a bird. But my idea is that we take everything that we've learned from the past, what we're experiencing in the future, to create visions of the future that we desire so that we can then move in that direction with the work that we do in terms of commitment. The philosophy of Ubuntu, which centers around the belief I am because we are, and therefore I am. It's really how I walk through the world, and where those two things intersect, that's kind of my theoretical home. Let's see, these are some of the things that I've done with that. My very first Afrofuturism event was a 4-day summit at what we do here in San Diego. It's a annual Kumba Fest, which is a creativity festival in February during Black History Month. And some of the topics we explored were storytelling, some of the challenges of Afrofuturism, building trust and respect. There was a discussion on self-publishing, writers and artists. And then I moved quickly to the Afrofuturism Dream Tank, which is really the heart of my work, where I use art, music, multimedia, lectures and information to evoke feelings and emotions associated and ideas associated with the past and the present to catalyze conversations about the future. They're typically very focused. We pick a topic. Most recently, I did an Afrofuturism Dream Tank on the future of femininity, where I brought in different speakers, an ambassador from Nigeria, someone who works in the virtual reality space who's doing world building to actually archive her hometown and the history there, because she saw a lot of historic places begin to go away and she didn't want the stories of her people and her community to be lost. And then we talked about the different tropes associated with being a Black woman. The Afrofuturism Lounge was like my signature event. It started off as an after party for people attending San Diego Comic-Con, and we were doing it as a private party, and we were expecting like maybe 25 people. Someone encouraged us to open it to the public, so we're like, okay, maybe 50 people will come. For that first event in 2018, 750 people showed up. And so that became kind of a platform in terms of how I was able to expand the voice in terms of Afrofuturism and how it can impact people. People come for the comic books and the entertainment. They leave with ideas about how they can exercise their own agency. And these are some of the things that I did last year. I did an in-person Afrofuturism Dream Tank. These are some of the people who attended AfroCon, and this is the event that I did, an Afrofuturism Dream Tank, to launch my nonprofit, Grioneers. And at that event, I had multimedia haiku as a way of, haiku as a form of protest art, that it taught people how to do it, and they did in person. We also did VR demonstrations and screened the VR, the virtual reality film, Traveling While Black, which starts off during the Harlem Renaissance and touches on the Green Book and comes up towards, it ends like around the time of Sandra Bland and her murder. the other part is world building, which is the project that's in progress. So we were using AltSpace VR to create worlds in virtual reality. And for me, my work will use the Afrofuturism Dream Tank framework to create space virtually so that more people can have the experience and actually enjoy the spatial reality. And this is a clip, this is a screenshot from Ghost of Afterville, which is a storytelling exercise I did in virtual reality. In this case, it was the Ghost of Afterville. So the story I told was a ghost story of sorts. And the idea, though, is that we use this same medium in order to bring people together to engage in building the future that we'd like. Because, you know, they say if you can't see it, you can't be it. And so if you want to be or create something that hasn't existed before, hasn't existed in a very long time, then you have to find ways to leverage people's imagination so they can understand that it's even possible to exist in a different way. And that's it. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you. So I'll just share a couple things. So my work is more heavily rooted in what I'm calling digital placemaking, and I'm using the term really broad. And I apologize if things are slow. I think this is the time when one of my neighbors is doing some heavy gaming, so I tend to slow down. And so one of the things I like that Luana pointed out, that the keyword of home, and one of the ones that I wanted to also emphasize that I think a lot of the work that I'm doing right now is engaging with is that idea of belonging and Black futures, and kind of how can you imagine Black futures that actually incorporate belonging in a sincere way. And so just to give you some background, the way that I approach this, particularly because a lot of the sites that I look at are sites that would be kind of typified as urban communities, is to look at Abdul Malik Simone's notion of cityness. And he engages a sense of belonging that is within kind of for Blacks within the city, that is constantly kind of in the process of being interrupted, remade, and it is kind of in this constant kind of making and remaking process. And so what that means is it becomes harder for Black people to belong to a place when their belonging is constantly in flux. And so this makes belonging a very tenuous thing to navigate. And so I had been thinking about this for some time and documenting it in historical projects and thinking about it in the contemporary life of those same communities, and just wanted to kind of bring that in to bear on how I'm looking at digital placemaking as a way to grapple with these ideas of belonging. So two questions that I often ask is, how do Black urbanites carve out lives within cities that were A, not originally designed to contain their hopes and dreams, and B, continuously unsettled? And so one of the projects that we're looking at this through is what Marbella shared earlier, the Networked OC project, which really is a data storytelling project about Black businesses and community organizations in Orange County. But it really is one that looks at this idea of what does it mean to be 2% of a population? And not only 2%, but 2% of a population that have the highest rates of incarceration within that population, the highest rates of, homelessness, and the highest rates of unemployment. And so basically then bringing that idea of belonging back in, we're looking at this and saying, what it means to be 2% of this population has been heavily kind of, thought of through quantitative data that only presents Black lives in Orange County from the standpoint of a lack. And to borrow the phrase of Achille Mbembe, what does it mean to then represent a lack? And so part of this project Networked OC, as Marbella shared, it's about recreating the past, recreating a historical footprint, but also about documenting what's happening in the present, and what can be the future if we were to create these visualizations and records and data about a Black past that wasn't lacking. I'm kind of thinking back to Sharon Roberts's keynote and what she talked about, like, I think it's, do we have digital ethnic records that document past, presences, and futures? And I think that's kind of squarely where this project lies, is that it's looking to see how can we use digital placemaking to engage in looking at a Black presence within Orange County that gives us access to both the digital ethnic past, but also the digital ethnic futures. And so this is just a little reiteration, which I won't go into too much because Marbella did an excellent job of framing that project. But basically, we started in summer of 21, looking at just kind of talking to Black-owned businesses. And then we moved into thinking historically about, well, we can't really make sense of where the businesses are today and how they exist today unless we understand kind of the past. And that's when we started to go back and look at the historic footprint of the Black business community, which then gave birth to kind of resurrecting in this visualization, the historic footprint of Little Texas using oral history data and the 1950 census. Another project that I'm working on is called Art of the Matter, and this is one that really looks to document, preserve, and critically engage spatial narratives and public art practices within a digital platform. It's right now we're in development because we're really looking at seeing how can we stretch the tools of mapping and in order to be able to tell deeper, more nuanced neighborhood stories. So that, for example, if you were going to read about Little Texas today, which today is considered a neighborhood called Artesia Pilar, if you are learning about Artesia Pilar, how can you also then learn about Little Texas at the same time? So this project actually stems from an earlier work called Mapping Arts OC that was started in 2017. And this was basically looking at mapping public art throughout Orange County, and particularly the city of Santa Ana. And from that, we kind of did some walking the streets, documenting public art. And then we took all of that data and we created a digital platform, mapping platform, a walking bilingual mobile walking tour, and a K-5 illustrative history coloring book that could give people both analog and digital ways to access these stories. So basically with this current work, kind of bringing those two projects together, Mapping Arts OC and Art of the Matter, is really looking to tell this on a wider level about public art and spatial practices and communities, and how does where public art exists within a community, what stories does it tell? One of the questions that we always look at when we're documenting public art practices is what is the story within the story? So we see the artwork itself, we interview the artist, but then we ask a lot of questions, we go into the archives, and we try and do a deeper kind of and richer storytelling by seeing, okay, what stories lie just beneath the surface of these pieces that we're looking at. So this is a piece that was done in 2020 in Long Beach when many of the shops on Pine Avenue were boarded up. This was a piece done by an artist from Santa Ana. He's done a lot of murals throughout Southern California, but this was the Purple Unity Project, and it's probably one of the most photographed murals in Orange County. And so basically, with each of these projects, really thinking about doing sorry, that's my timer I set for myself, engaging radical deep counter mapping practices, and really looking at how we can do things through the mapping technologies that help us to both track erasure as well as to tell these deeper neighborhood stories that can help us to also perhaps get at this issue of belonging today. So with that being said, I think we have exactly little over 15 minutes to open it up for dialogue, conversation, questions. Do you deal with any of these same concepts in your work? How are you using the technology to engage them? Do you find areas where the technology just can't capture certain things as well?
In case you're wondering, that's for you. That question's for y'all.
I was wondering. Not like a question for us.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Luana. You know what?
Oh, good. You just presented.
Yes, that was for you all.
You know, something that I feel like I've been coming up against a lot lately, particularly working with students, is this sort of idea that, like, how do we accept that, like, you can have this but not that, or this and that but not the other thing, and that, you know, inevitably when you're doing digital humanities projects, that there are these trade-offs that you have to make, and that you have to really think about kind of what is the highest priority, or what are the highest priorities. I mean, I think this is in some ways going to the idea of minimal computing, and this sort of, which we sort of, Alex Heal and I sort of talked about as these 4 questions about, like, what do you have, what do you need, what must you prioritize, and what are you willing to give up? And I always find that when people are new to digital humanities, it's sort of, you know, when we start putting in the questions of labor and time and money into the development of projects, it's often this sort of tension and this issue to work through, is the kind of, you can't have it all. So how are you going to make the decisions that are going to best help you tell the stories you want to tell?
I'm not sure. Is my audio going through? This is Keisha.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. So I just want to say that I'm just jumping on this bandwagon of I've been teaching Afrofuturism and starting to use digital projects. And it's just this moment where a lot of the works of Afrofuturism are multimodal, and then the students are able to engage multimodally with them. And it's a moment where they're able to have this thought about they're engaging with the doing as much as with the content. And it's a really exciting space for digital projects, with all of the limitations that Rupsi was just sort of talking about, but they're having this kind of wonderful moment of, like, wait, I'm doing the thing that I'm writing about, and I'm participating, and it's a really, really rich.
Yeah, I think it reminds me of something Sharon Roberts said about kind of like taking the language of the time and kind of capturing that and letting that be the archive. And I think what you said kind of resonates with that idea of understanding it through the lens that people are engaging with it right now. And I don't know, Luana, you've been kind of grappling with Afrofuturism, but both as kind of like this thing that's embedded with technology, but also deeply embedded in just changing the way people think and see themselves. And I wonder if you can expand on that a little bit.
So, I mean, for me, a lot of my work has been focused, honestly, on getting people to understand their agency and understand that things don't just like happen in a vacuum, and empowering them to imagine, the reality that they would like to see. Because, there's that saying that, like, if you don't have an agenda, you'll become part of someone else's agenda. And in terms of like how could technology impedes or supports that, a lot of it, goes into the, because I'm not necessarily doing this within an academic space, we're also dealing with access to technology, we're dealing with technophobia, we're dealing with a lot of fear. Like my event that is coming up in September, I'll be doing a lot to address like artificial intelligence and virtual reality in terms of how it can impact the way people work, live, and play, and help people understand that it's not going away, and it's not something to be afraid of. And how does that impact their future, and how do they integrate that and incorporate that into their vision of the future? So, a lot of it is how do you get people out of their comfort zone? So I use comic books, science fiction, literature, as well as film, and some other like creative and performing arts to get people to relax and almost get into a different space, and then introduce these things to them when they're a little bit more comfortable. When I did my event in March, I did virtual reality demonstrations with Oculus headsets. And some people tried them, and some people were really afraid to go into that environment. There's a lot of fear associated with technology, unfortunately. I don't know if that answered the question or not.
I think so. I don't want to, if anyone has any thoughts, we can stay here for a moment. So I think this other question that Marina poses is one that has been integral to my own work, and one that I put in the chat I don't have a great answer to because it's been like the struggle since I was dissertating on these things, which is finding a platform to represent time and space simultaneously. So I have tried a lot of things. I don't know if I'm just really picky. So there are things out there that people are using and have used. But I think maybe, I think Roopsie put in the chat that ArcGIS Online, there's now you can do like with a custom kind of tool, mapping tool like Mapbox, you can embed a lot of, if you have the access to, the coding or the materials, you can kind of embed a timeline. I think the things that I'm trying to think about, because so much of my work is looking at digital past and presence at the same time, is I haven't found exactly what I want yet. So we're actually working on developing that. When I say we, I mean me, Marbella, and Shirley Virgil, who's here, and RJ Ramey, who's not with us today. But we're like trying to play around with some things and develop a platform that lets us kind of play around with time and space through some of the projects that I just shared. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts about looking at time and space, what tools or platforms they've used.
So I can share some of the VR stuff.
Right.
We're using Alt VR until that platform was sunsetted. Now we're looking at VR chat, and then in addition, using Oculus software. And there's a new one, Holo IO, that has been released that I'll be experimenting with over the summer.
I have a
Yes,
question.
Marina.
I have a question about audience, and I'm curious, like, if you have a vision of like specific audiences that you're hoping to connect with, and even inspired by the rest of the day, just thinking of the beauty of like how your own story connects or doesn't connect with the audiences you seek to like represent these stories to.
Is that for the general, or was that for you, Jamila? Did you want me to answer it?
I think for both of you,
I'll let you start. Okay.
I mean, for me, it's kind of generic in the sense that, like, when you're dealing with Afrofuturism, if you don't engage with the youth, I think it's kind of, vain. I think that also if we don't engage with our elders, it's kind of myopic. And so there's a range. It's very inclusive. In fact, where I sit with Afrofuturism is I present it as an inclusive platform because I'm not looking to replace white supremacy with Black supremacy. I'm actually looking at how to envision a whole different paradigm where we actually are looking at an equitable and just and humane society. And I've added humane as we get more and more down the rabbit hole of technology, and things like algorithmic justice come to mind. And so when you look at it that way, there's not anyone who's not invited into the conversation where I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would say very similarly to what Dr. Richmond said. My audience tends to be both thinking about bringing in kind of the elders in the communities who have access to a past that's largely unknowable to a lot of the youth, and then making them a key stakeholders and in kind of the projects that I work on. And then though always thinking about how can we share this? How can we kind of, do something that will engage people from who are going to be the future of this community. And so even with like the Networked OC project, we started in one place, which was totally different, I think, than where we are now. We started with some other colleagues at Cal State Fullerton and myself, just thinking about, purely documenting businesses. And very quickly, the historian in me was like, we need to go back. We need to find out what else was happening here before, because we can't just focus on what's here right now. But then also, as we build the digital kind of lives and, in which these things, these histories and these stories live, it's always thinking about the next generation and how they're going to find this, how they're going to access it, how they're going to be the keepers of it. And so one of the things that we're doing there is we're looking at not just then collecting those stories and, through kind of oral interviews or video recorded interviews, but we're looking at kind of embedding them within a Black-owned sound map that then lives with a local institution or organization, so that people can discover not just kind of, where, who has, the best barbecue in, on this list, or, those are important things too, but they can also hear how that business got started, or they can hear about the businesses that shuttered, why they closed. And so it's really important, I think, in that way, to kind of do it all simultaneously. Now, time-wise, methodologically, that is not the fastest way to get a project done, but it's the way that that tends to work for me, which is probably why I have several projects that are kind of inching along all the time. So I think we have time for at least one more thought, comment, or question before we close out. And I guess I would love to maybe just, ask people, if I can, what does building digital ethnic futures look like to you? And you could answer in the chat in a word. You could share, but I just thought maybe we can think about that question and close out.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Because I was reading someone's comment in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying, what does building digital ethnic futures look like to you? And I see we have a few collaboration, preservation, complexity, accessibility to all. Collaboration and access. Preservation, uplifting communities. Yeah, creating classroom projects that become embedded in equitable teaching. How the future involves creative, smart, studious, egalitarian, community engaged remediations of the past. I love these. Before I turn it over to Roopsie to close us out, I just want to say, I think all of these are fabulous and I'm like inspired reading them. And I think the irony of this group is that there was not one mention of a piece of tech. But I think that's also where this, where this comes in, is that the tech is in service of these things, not the other way around. So thank you for joining us for this session.
Thank you so much, Jamila, for moderating, for everybody who spoke in the session. It's fantastic. Thank you all for joining us today. A big shout out to all the DEF CON PIs who, worked to make DEF CON happen, but then everybody in our community has worked to make DEF CON happen. So all now 300 plus people who are signed up on our email list. So I personally feel so invigorated and excited and inspired by today and by all the work that all of you are doing. And we look forward to seeing you again in September when we start up the speaker series the next academic year. So thank you so much, and we'll talk to y'all soon.
Bye, everybody.